about that, but I have to have it perfect. So can you call as soon as possible? Text me. Friday, and then sick. Anyway, give me a bit.
Okay. Sweet, you can keep putting the last finishing touches. We are live. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome into the first episode of Season 2 of Infodump. We call it Season 2 because I fucking lost all of Season 1.
Season 1 is lost to time.
Season 1, except for the pilot episode, is lost to time. So, this is Season 2, but it will be Season 1 in the hearts of all the new viewers.
Yeah.
And you know, the other ones, you had to be there. It was one of those you had to be there kind of things.
Yeah, you had to be there. It was too good for
It was
the
too
internet.
good, right? No, I couldn't put that out there just for everyone to see. I had to keep it underground.
Yeah.
I'm here with my best friend Kevin Edos145. You want to tell us about yourself a little bit? By the way, exclamation point Edos real quick. Let me just do that.
I am an absolute degenerate. I
Yep.
know absolutely nothing about what I'm talking about. Didn't feel like going into game design at all ever. And this is not a topic that I deeply think about deep into the night and keeps me up.
And this is also opposite day, so
Yeah.
yeah. But anyways, I just realized that my chat box is covering your wonderful face. Let me move it to the other side, which is where I thought it was anyways, so. But yeah, we're going to be talking about the hit video games as art, video games as politics, and the future of gaming. And kind of whatever else comes along. Hi, Uwu. Welcome in, by the way.
Yeah. Hi.
All right. So let's just get started with the big question. What is art?
Yeah. So a lot of the reason why I like phrase it like that is there is no real answer.
Yeah.
Fucking highly subjective subject. Can't really be defined. All that stuff. But the way I define it is kind of emotion that something physical or digital that evokes emotion or change. That would be music. That would.
Hi, Elijah. Welcome in.
You know, art assets. We'll just say that.
Yeah, I just realized to turn you up a little bit. There we go. That should be better.
Check.
Check. Should be better.
What does the Russian sound engineer say? Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. All right.
Should I just repeat what I said, or
no?
Are we?
I think we're solid. Now
Are we rolling?
I think we're rolling. We're rolling. We're doing it live. Yeah.
We're doing it live.
I was just looking at the volume levels and I was like, huh. Yeah. Something you taught me to look at.
Get the volume levels right. Come on, man.
Yeah. God.
But defining art can be like a really trippy subject sometimes. Tricky subject. Because even to artists, there's no real like definition.
Yeah, and something that I brought up, and when we were sort of like hashing this one out, was that why need to define it? Like, art is expression of emotion, of idea, in various ways, and everybody has their own idea of what art is. To me, art might involve, cooking a perfect dinner, and really executing on that, right? And that can be art. Art can be in like, a beautiful throw of a frisbee. Art can be in just a perfect 360 no scope kill.
Yeah.
But like art can be many things, and I don't think like there's a concept within baseball of like big Hall of Fame versus small Hall of Fame. The idea like, should we just include the greats, like just the greats, or should we just be super selective? And really, it's an argument which is stupid because it's between like, should we have 0.5% of all players who've ever played the game be in the Hall of Fame, or 3% of all players? And I'm like, let's make it like 2. Is where I'm at.
Either way, I'm not getting there. So
exactly. Either way, I'm not getting there, so it don't fucking matter to me. But the whole point is that I'm more on the like, let's just let people define art how they want to define art, and not tell them they're wrong.
Yeah.
Unless they're very clearly wrong, in which case I'm highly opinionated and will,
And like the main reason that I'm asking this question is because this is a debate that's going on. Like, there are people that say games are not art, and I feel like one of the main reasons for that is just it's the new kid on the block. Like,
absolutely,
the new kid on the chopping block. You're gonna be mean to this guy.
Yeah,
for a while, video wasn't considered art. Now movies are being critiqued, and like there's an entire industry surrounding them. Games have just surpassed music and movies as income.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of like just that kind of growth within online platforms. I feel like with YouTube, we're seeing a lot more gaming content make it to the top trending, not just top trending for gaming. Than we have in any previous year, and part of that might be due to quarantine. Any previous year in my memory.
I mean, the success of PewDiePie kind of proves that a little bit wrong.
Yeah. The same. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is like, well, PewDiePie did more. I feel like he was more than just gaming, because didn't he do more than that? I don't know. I never watched PewDiePie.
Not originally.
Really, he started gaming, then he did other stuff, then he went back to gaming content.
Yeah.
Okay. So I only knew of him as the third PewDiePie. You know, the back to gaming.
Yeah.
And then before that, the second, a little bit of that, but I didn't really watch him. Elijah says those same people want to pay you an exposure. Yeah.
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 I have a picture of a cat with a sign that just says "fuck you, pay me."
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Pay your fucking artists. Whenever people offer to do free work for me, I pay them anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I get bad vibes from.
What? Where's my money?
But your money's coming. Don't worry.
Nah.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Get me later, man.
Yeah, I'll get you later. Yeah. Yeah. No, it evens out over time. I mean, you and I are basically family, so we can exploit each other, right? That's how American capitalism works.
Yeah. Family, you can exploit them. Nothing wrong with
no,
that.
but anyways, where I was going with that is, yeah, getting paid in exposure is some fucking bullshit, and whoever like says, "Oh, I'll pay you entirely in exposure," needs to get their head out of their ass.
Oh my god, yeah.
But
I have actually had people do that for video editing work, and like,
yeah. But anyways, so let's explore this concept of why, like, just to play devil's advocate, you know, just to play devil's advocate. Why wouldn't video games be art? Why wouldn't they be art?
They are the first truly experiential media. Like, that is easily accessible. Like, you could have an art exhibit that's like, hey, yo, you're gonna like feel the effects of falling and
yeah,
stuff
like when
like
you go to the EMP or something, you get to experience different types of sound waves and how they feel, and like how the sound goes into horror movies and things like that. You know, different experiential, but this is experiential on your couch, in your bed, you can just, you know, whatever.
You can just start one up.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, I'm playing the same game as you, and you're playing the same game as, say, Uwu.
Exactly.
So like, what's the like major difference there?
Yeah. So in essence, you're putting this as it's accessible experiential media, and its accessibility would, as these people argue, which I know you don't argue this, but as these people might argue, do you think the accessibility is part of it? Like the lack of exclusivity of this experiential media makes it so that way people want to say it's not art? Or do you think it's the experiential aspect itself?
I don't know, because I have issues thinking down to that person's level.
Yeah. Like you said, I said, well, why wouldn't it be art? And then he said something that I would define as art, and I'm like, well, and then you got into accessibility. I'm like, well, because like there's something that we talked about in, like, when I studied abroad in Oaxaca, where the street art is going to be just as good as the art in the museums in many cases.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
just because it's being sold at an accessible price, like I'm going to take out my headphones for a second. This is my alebrije. The lighting's fucking it really bad, but this is really well done. I got it for about $25 US. Which I can't remember in pesos right now. I just remember converting it to dollars in my head back then, and then it never went back. But in a museum, I could have gotten one for, you know, like $150 US. About the same quality, the same wood and paint used. And like, I'm gonna support the smaller creator. And
so would, sorry,
go. No, you go ahead. Yeah.
Woodstock's bringing up a decent point. Other art industries don't want to give over the recognition that they've brought over for years.
Yeah.
And like, I think that goes back to like, they're just the new kid on the chopping block.
Exactly. I mean, it's a very like Western civilization thing to bully the new one.
These kids will never need to remember a thing because of their books.
Yeah. Remember when, like, we don't remember this, of course, but I remember reading about, you know, people hating books when they came out.
Yeah. Was it Socrates?
Yeah, Socrates. I just heard the Windows error noise in my head when you said that. In fact, I have the soundboard. I still have the soundboard live, so I'm just gonna do that real quick. I'm just gonna go, and I'm just gonna excuse me. I need to be faster with this. People cry. Play alert. There we go. There we go.
You need to get that tablet, Josiah. You need to get that tablet.
I know. It's at my mom's house, and I need to go. I need to do it, but like I haven't.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things. It's like it took me like 5 months to get my birthday present because I was lazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, people hated personal blackboards. Yeah, everybody hates new shit because they can't handle change.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway.
It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's really stupid. But let's go into this idea of, like, we talked about experiential media, and we touched on it a bit. Let's go into it. Experiential versus observed art.
Yeah, experiential, like, basically just means you're there. You're dealing with it. You are either interacting or, like, it is having an effect on you. It is, like, you're in the art. You can be a piece of the art.
It's an experience, you know?
Yeah. Except for, games actually are.
Yeah, they are. I think that's so, like, the reason why games attract me as an art form and as just an entertainment form is that it's so experiential.
Oh yeah.
With ADHD, I seek stimuli, right? That's just something that happens with a lot of ADHD. Like with ADHD, you need to have the right amount of stimuli, and everybody who has ADHD has a different right number. For me, that number is very high. I currently have two other forms of sound playing in my headphones that I've got I need a lot of stimuli, but games provide that. There's so that's why League appeals to me so much, is that there's so much going on.
Yeah.
It fits the amount of stimuli I need. As toxic as it gets, it's bad. It's not, but like, there's enough stimuli, so it appeals to me. So I keep getting back into it. Maybe it's an addiction. I don't know, but
a little bit.
But yeah, like there's going to an art museum. I can appreciate how fine the art is for like 15 minutes.
Okay, fuck you, Woodstock. Fuck you, Woodstock, for that pun.
It was a good pun. I was waiting for you to notice it before I recognized it. Woodstock, quote it. I gave you mod, quote it. Okay. But yeah, so like observed art, I feel like it doesn't connect to the audience in the same way that games do, because it's not making the effort to form the connection, whereas with games, that is pretty much what they do. They've worked to engage their viewer in a far more encompassing fashion.
And that's another point that I wanted to make. Doing can be stronger than, like, there's this idea in film, show don't tell.
Mm-hmm.
For games, it would be do don't show.
Yeah, unless you're playing a visual novel, which is different, but
yeah. But the idea of games is like the experience of doing, like what was the like, certain times if QTEs are used right,
yeah,
they can actually be amazing. If they're used wrong, holy shit.
Yeah, like... QuickTime events are the true double-edged sword of gaming, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
I think they are the clearest example of something that can be done incredibly well. Like, I think Heavy Rain is notable for doing it well.
And then on the backswing, you can just chop your own head off.
Yeah.
You
get decapitated, and that's the QuickTime event. If you mash X enough, you don't get decapitated, but you're not ready for it because they don't prompt you, because you don't know there's going to be a fucking QuickTime event in this game, and then you die because there was a QuickTime event that you weren't ready for. You put down your controller to eat your fucking Cheetos.
That prompts a fucking button that is never used in the game.
Yeah.
Fuck everything.
Fuck it. Seriously. But yeah, it feels weird quoting your own quote. Fair. That was me until I added quotes mods.
Yeah. Like it's just like, if you want someone to experience something like deeply, you're not gonna show them in a game.
Yeah.
Why would you show them in a game?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like in D&D when like the villain's monologuing and you're just like, I shoot them.
Yeah. No, in Fable 3, the end boss starts monologuing, and if you just shoot him in the head, you can beat the game. Like, the boss fight doesn't even happen. You just shoot him in the head while he's monologuing, and they die. And I did that. I think it took points off my moral alignment, but I didn't care, because I wasn't going to fucking listen to that. Are you kidding me? Give me the TLDR, and maybe we can have a normal boss fight.
I did that too.
Yeah.
I did that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so doing can be stronger. Why does the distinction matter between experiential and observed art?
Again, I feel like it doesn't really. But if you're gonna ask me, stronger motion, stronger the change.
Yeah.
Like if you want to make a political message, games are the place to do it. And we're gonna go into that.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah, we got a lot on our slate today. I'm looking forward to it.
We're gonna go into that.
This is
but
also
if
a
you wanna
topic
make
we're probably
political-
going to revisit in the future too.
Yeah. Oh god. And we're probably gonna do a little bit of deeper dive into that, maybe with some actual really weird games.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Oh, what if this is just an idea that came in my head? What if those games that are not TOS, what if we just did it while one of us played it?
Yeah. Oh.
Depending on the game.
So, if you catch my drift, there are some Hail to Victory games in there that I know.
Yeah.
That I don't want to give any exposure to.
Yeah, I don't want to give any exposure to the bad ones, but like the ones that we like, the ones that we agree with. We're gonna create our own echo chamber here. And
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah. But anyways,
I the only reason that I played those games or like know about those games is because brainwashing is so easy in games.
True.
Like, because again, the stronger the emotion, the stronger the change. Like, you can make a point of like, hey, yo, we'll get to the rest of like this point later, but the price of a bullet.
Right.
And like that can be a huge change in someone's mindset.
Oh, absolutely. So going further, when those, three-head people come to you and say, video games aren't art, what the fuck are you talking about? After you recover the brain cells you lost, how do you respond?
Verbally lashing them.
Yeah.
First off, something along the lines of pull the auger out of your forehead.
Yeah.
And then typically something like, hey, yo, they contain art assets. There are so many different forms of art within the game. How can the game itself and the like compilation of those things, along with how you experience the game, not be considered art?
Yeah.
Feared.
Kevin, probably. That's a quote.
Yeah.
That's a quote.
Yeah.
The reason I'm being so liberal with quotes, by the way, and then I'm going to get back to the info dump, but the reason I'm being so liberal with quotes is because I want to make a sweater. I don't care if other people buy it. I just want to buy it myself.
Word salad.
With word salad printed all over. Because I think that would be fun.
I love word salad sweaters.
Yeah.
Like, I actually love word salad
yeah.
sweaters.
And I think like it would make me happy to have that be from my channel because I like the quotes in the channel because it's really cool. But anyways, what the fuck? Oh yeah, what like generally like what you're getting at there is that if there's a ton of art within something, how can the compilation itself be not art in any form? Like I don't get how people can't recognize like because I've had arguments with people where I will isolate the drawings and say, I haven't had an argument with the specific game, but I'm just gonna do it because it's on my mind as Persona. Where like, how can you say that this isn't an art style? How can you say that they haven't spent hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon hours drawing meticulously every detail?
Oh yeah.
You know, and how is that any different from manga, which people often recognize as art, or how is that any different from paintings, which is often universally recognized as art? The amount of careful detail, the amount of imagination within it. And then I go into, well, stories art, or storytelling art. I think it is. I think if you craft a great story with the attention to detail that requires, something like a movie that I watched recently that had a great story was Knives Out, for example. I think that the attention to detail within it, well, it wasn't like, you know, a profound story. The way they delivered what they did was artistic. But the whole point... We'll do Discord watch.
To watch Knives Out.
Well, Discord watch.
Yeah.
Kevin, let's pick a day and we'll watch like all the movies we said Discord watch too.
Oh my god, yeah.
That sounds like a good day.
Hell yeah.
But anyways, yeah, Knives Out was really cool. But the amount of attention to detail and things like that, and then there are games with that level of attention to detail, and how is that not art?
Yeah.
And then people usually just start stumbling, and they try to they put their hands in their pockets and they feel depressed for a second, and then they're like, they can't really respond, or they just go like, but video game bad.
But video game bad. Video game cause violence.
Yeah.
Where were games during War to End All Wars?
Yeah. I want to know which Call of Duty caused the World War II. I want to know. Somebody give me so I can hold the devs accountable. Playing on the fucking N-64 in 1937.
Yeah. That argument doesn't really make sense to me, where it's like video games cause violence when like there is legitimate data.
Yeah.
That says no.
I remember having an argument with my dad about that, and he got sad when I showed him the data.
Yeah,
he was not happy with me when I won the argument.
What was it? Massive amounts of like the kills in like 3 or 4 different games associated to the like dip in violence.
Yeah. But yeah, but anyways, coming back from the little tangent we just went on, it's respect. People don't respect games as media.
Oh yeah. Like I don't think that's ever going to, considering games have been around for going on 50 years now.
Yeah.
Like, this is an argument that's been going on forever. And like, it's starting to change. The tides are starting to change, but I feel like, I'm not sure like when this is going to happen, but it's inevitable that games are accepted.
Yeah. I think what it's going to take is going to be another new media. And I don't think that VR is that new media per se, but I think there's going to be another new thing that causes people to react, to be like, remember the good old days when we had video games and this was the new frontier and that was the end of all the change?
Yeah.
It's going to be some shit like that. By the way, we have 2 minutes before I need to run an ad.
All right. Should I get into like
Given that we just lost 10 seconds asking if we should get into it, I think I'm just going to run the ad now.
Do it.
All right, folks, I'm going to run the ad now. Make sure to stick around because we're going to be right back. If you're subscribed, you can hear us talk in the background. But yeah, we got to turn off pre-rolls because pre-rolls fucking suck. Thanks, Twitch.
All
right, but yeah. I'm having so much fun.
Oh yeah, like I kind of wish that I spent a little bit more time on the design document, but I was passed out until like 30 minutes ago.
DGen sleep schedule! DGen sleep schedule, let's go!
DGen sleep schedule!
Let's fucking go, baby! Big! Fucking huge. I need to post on Facebook that I'm live. Oh my fucking god. Imagine how... Yeah, you get to watch me at like normal times for you, Anansi. Also, I feel like you still have a DGen sleep schedule. I just taking a stab at it. Taking a guess, if you will.
Oh. So have you like ever just gotten distracted by certain texture work or something like that in games?
Yes, actually. Funnily enough, the game that I most recently got distracted most by texture work was fucking Getting Over It.
Yeah.
But
Because
that wasn't because it was good, but it was in some areas it was good, in some areas it was fucked.
Yeah. Well, the reason why it got me and just like got me caught and is the drastic change even within areas, or like the insane amount of like variance
Yeah.
of the textures.
You wish you could have a degen sleep schedule. You miss those days, although you degen whenever you can. Yeah, you watch my streams all the time, and I stream late for you, Elijah. You actually, oh, that's right, because you like run chores and unsee. That's right, you're responsible. Couldn't be me. I think the ad break's done, so.
Yeah. So, respect, blah, blah, blah.
Respect. The game contains art assets, but the game is not art. That's an argument we were going to explore.
Oh, yeah. So...
Okay, fair. Midnight's not
I
even.
don't know why
Right.
this argument exists, but it is one that I've run into, where it's like, hey, yo, that texture work can be art, and the music can be art, but when you put them all together, that compilation is not, because you're just stitching a bunch of things that would have been better on their own. And I'm just like, A, no.
No. Yeah.
B, fuck you. C, you know, collages, you know, massive murals, those individual tiles can be art on their own, and then the fucking massive reveal when you lean back.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. If each individual part was better on its own, then pixel art in Minecraft wouldn't exist, because people would just be appreciating how the fucking lapis lazuli blocks look like.
Fucking lapis looks like shit.
It does. I picked one of the worst looking ones.
Jesus Christ.
Intentionally.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like
to me, I think that argument to me is the equivalent of saying, oh, songs aren't art because that bass riff on its own is better on its own, exclusive. Like, you know, when they added the drums in, it just kind of went to shit. And those vocals, fuck that. But the bass riff, dude. Like, I can't go with that argument because it's like saying that everything needs to be deconstructed, and I don't want to assemble my own sandwich on a plate. Like, I don't like. I hate this idea of deconstructed, everything. Like some deconstructed stuff is really interesting.
Yeah.
I look at Exploded View and CAD, and I think that's art. But
exploded views are fucking cool as shit.
Yeah. But don't deconstruct my sandwich, please. I don't want to have to go to a restaurant and just buy bread, peanut butter, and jelly and put it together myself for $15 because you're a fucking hipster restaurant in New York City.
Yeah, sushi's made the way it is because it's supposed to be eaten in a bite.
Yeah.
You're supposed to get the entire flavor of the entire roll in a single bite.
Exactly. I didn't say sushi, I said peanut butter and jelly. I don't know if...
Yeah. But like...
Yeah. No, I was just making sure. I didn't know if I like slurred my words or something. I was like, I'm not that intoxicated, right? Like...
No.
Okay, cool. And it is brilliant. Sushi is brilliant.
Sushi's just the like example that comes to mind.
Yeah, Kevin, once COVID's done, I'm taking you to sushi. Clip it and ship it. Clip it and ship it.
Fuck yeah. Give me sushi. Or give me death.
Okay, Mr. Enabler Man. But yeah. But I feel like a lot of people don't deny that there is art within games. I feel like I haven't really run into that many arguments where people say there's nothing within a game that is artistic.
No, like it I don't know.
Fucking Anansi, oh my god.
feared.
Wait, no, don't.
No, don't. Yeah, there's no real denying that there is art inside of games. Like, you look at the work put into texture art, you look into the work put into the soundtracks. Holy shit, Hades is a bop.
Yeah,
But,
Hades
like-
is a bop.
But, like, would the experience be considered art on its own? Like, and, like, that can be questioned, but I think the answer is always going to be yes if you look at it as a full frame.
Yeah, I think that, again, I think it comes down to people want to be exclusionary. There's various reasons why. Some people feel that their personal in-group or their personal worldview is being attacked by being inclusionary, and those same people are resistant to lots of other change.
Just gonna
Yeah,
feel the need to throttle those people.
Yeah. Yeah. I really love the way you do your background thing, by the way. I need to do that. I need to figure that out. Your background memes.
Yeah.
But anyways, like, I feel like there comes a point where the only people that won't, like, continue the discussion and will keep to their ways are the ones who are stubborn about their personal view of, you know, small hall versus big hall. What is and what isn't.
Yeah.
Nosotros versus los otros. The us versus the others. Us versus them.
Yes. Yeah, and right now, games seem to fall into that other category.
Mm-hmm.
Almost exclusively. Like,
Yeah.
you see media just attacking art. You see, like, news media especially.
Yeah.
I mean, not art, games.
Yeah, no, they're not the same thing, right? We've established this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like I've heard people say, like, I've heard a lot about, like, for example, when the Wind Waker came out, I remember people were mad about cell shading. And it's like, oh, cell shading's not art. First of all, Wind Waker's beautiful.
Cell shading is good if it's done in the right place.
Wind Waker.
I don't always like cell shading.
I don't always
love
like
Wind
it,
Waker.
but Wind Waker's where it's done right. I think that when it goes with the art style the game's going for, I think that's yeah, Wind Waker is gorgeous, Ben. Welcome in. Ben, exclamation point, dunk. But yeah.
So I
was gonna go with like, fuck. Anyways, I was gonna go with, fuck, I lost it. Fuck. Oh yeah. I think cell shading can be overdone. I think any art style can be overdone if it's over applied. I had a discussion with Jeffers the other day, about like games taking art style and the hyper saturation of hyper realism in the market right now.
It's not hyper realism. Okay, so sorry. Nitpicky motherfucker me, pedantic asshole. So there are three different things in art. There is caricature, realism, and hyperrealism. So there is caricature, which is not attempting for any kind of realism,
Yeah.
but
Going
but,
for the
like,
emotional.
going for the emotional, all of that. There is realism, which is going as close to reality as possible, but tuning out certain details. And then there's hyperrealism. Hyperrealism is realism, but more.
Okay. So the oversaturation of realism in the
Yeah.
market, and then like rather than committing art styles, and then Jeffers brings up, well, Ghost of Tsushima is a very realistic looking game, and I said, well, did it not commit to an art style in its historical lens?
Yeah, and
I think that you could still go for realism while going for another lens, but if realism is the only draw, I don't care. I think that's
the sashimi.
Sashimi. Are you fucking? Hello?
Ghost of Tsushima has like this giant
That's a quote.
film grain applied to it throughout the entire
Yeah,
game.
it's an art style. It's going for like in various places going for the feel of those old samurai movies, the classics from the 30s and 40s. But yeah, like the whole point is they commit to an art style, and I feel like there's a lot of games that do commit to art styles.
Okay, Anansi, do you want me to go into Hyper Real Feet? Do you want me to just like start going off on Hyper Real Feet? Because Hyper Real Feet just fucking freak me out.
Dude, I don't like normal feet. Like,
no, like someone fucking just keeps sending me Hyper Real Feet, and I'm just like, why?
yeah, why indeed?
So, the difference between realism and hyperrealism is the like, at least in drawn art, is the details that your brain tunes out.
Right.
So like, the like shadows and the wrinkles.
Yeah.
And like realism doesn't necessarily need to have those things. Hyper real peen.
Cyberpunk.
But yeah, sorry, going back a while, we were talking about cell shading. There are two like times where I really like cell shading. It is cartoonish and hyperrealism.
Huh.
One was shown in Borderlands.
Yeah.
The other was shown in Wind Waker.
Yup. Borderlands and Wind Waker are two of my favorite art styles in games in general.
Yep. Borderlands with all the like grit and like,
yeah, I think
fucking,
yeah. I think something that Borderlands did is it gave off kind of like a comic booky vibe with the way the outlines were, and that's something I really appreciated.
I need to look at the audience a little bit more. Just stare into their soul. If you haven't realized already, I'm a weird motherfucker.
Yep, and that's where we're friends. Please stop looking at me, sir. Yeah, it was buggy and stuff, but I think the reason why Cyberpunk died out in a month is that gamers can play a game like that in a month and then not want to play it again because it's a big story game and they already saw the story. People vastly underestimate our ability to play through a story-based game, and then you just get the stragglers who play it. Generally, that's what happens. Yeah, with something like Cyberpunk, a big story-based game, you generally won't get a ton of people replaying it. Tons of times, because it gets stale after a while.
And then you just end up with the speedrunning communities and stuff like that, where they've played it 100 times or so.
Well, I feel like speedrunning is a specific niche, though.
It is a specific niche, but like that brings replayability to a game.
No Man's Sky actually is a different story than a lot of people think. It was bad at the start, and they've actually changed it and made it better to the point where I want to play it again.
I've heard that.
Yeah, I kind of want to do it because I like exploration in video games.
Yeah.
And that's exploration in the video game.
Yeah. The issue is that they sold it under like... So there are two ways to like describe experiential media, and it's like No Man's Sky described it the wrong way. It's like the game's bad because it's an experience, man.
Yeah.
Man. No, finish your fucking game.
Yeah, if it were a finished experience, we would like it. But it's like you served a dish, but you just gave us 3 uncooked eggs and some uncooked sausage and called it an omelet.
Don't worry, salmonella is a myth,
Get the fucking pan out and cook the omelet. And then I'll buy the omelet from you. All right, I'm gonna refill my drink. Kevin, meme at chat.
All right, yeah. So I'm gonna drag this shit over. How you doing, chat? How you doing? How's your day? How are you? How's life? Where's my fucking zoom lens? Hi, how are you? I think I got the framing right. Yeah, I got the framing right. I'm a little bit bigger. I can pull that back a little bit. No, wrong way. There we go.
Oh fuck! What did I come back to? Oh lord. No Man's Sky was an omelet on release. You cooked it and ate it. That's a good quote. How are our vibes? Let me go to Dice Maiden Discord and let's see. I'm gonna roll a d20. Let's see. Hold on. Roll 1d20. Do we have advantage on this vibe check?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
I rolled a 4.
I killed the vibe. Disadvantage.
I rolled
anything.
I rolled a 4.
I rolled a fucking 3.
There we have it, folks. Those
There
are
we
our
have
vibes.
it. The vibe's fucked. The vibe's fucked.
I'm putting a stream marker there. I want to clip that. Anyways, so if we're getting sent to the Shadow Realm, that's a quote. Anyways, let's wrap up the games as art thing before the hour mark.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Because we're gonna revisit it, Kevin. Kevin,
It's
you're
already hit the hour.
no,
Fuck.
No, we're not even
Oh
at
no,
the
it
hour
hasn't
mark.
hit the hour.
We
Fuck,
have
okay.
we have 20 more minutes before it hits the hour mark since the starting soon screen.
All right.
So can we wrap up this section and then revisit it later? Because Kevin,
Yeah.
let's be real. Over the life of InfoDump, you're probably gonna be on here more than anybody.
Fuck. This is my first time, man. Don't get me with this shit.
Woo. By the way, are you streaming right now?
No.
Okay,
no.
cool.
I'm here for your content. Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly. I'm exploiting you.
Yeah. Exploit me for content.
Exactly.
Daddy.
Yikes.
Is that good? Yeah.
Pog.
I had to make sure that my green screen was covering my entire background. So
What is the PogChamp of the day? Anyways. That's a cool one. Anyways, we were at.
Oh yeah. Is a YouTube video art?
Yeah.
Is it just because the development of games can be so easy? Is it because like it takes very little startup to create a game? Because fuck it, I can download assets from itch.io and like toss together a
B game.
hodgepodge. Yeah, a B game.
God, if
in, like,
anybody hasn't played Getting
few
Over
hours.
It, yeah. Thanks for the clip. So, Kevin, you might be the only person worse at RNG than me. Or do you have great RNG except for today?
No, I have horrible RNG.
I'm
Like it took me fucking. I've actually 10k.
Thanks for the lyric. Appreciate it, Elijah. See you in a bit. Yeah. I don't get to do combat in D&D because I don't roll high enough to hit.
That's why I play sorcerers.
I'm gonna start. I know, literally. I said to myself, this is the last time I play a rogue. I'm playing sorcerers now. I literally said that out loud. I was so tilted after day that I rolled 7 3s.
Oh,
in
one of my
combat.
friends, like our last combat, she was just like, "Fucking Christ! I rolled 3 3s in a row on hit."
Yep. I rolled 7 3s and I was like, "Fuck this! I'm never playing rogue again. I need an RNG proof class." Anyways, is a YouTube video art.
Yeah.
And again, I feel like YouTube videos and games are in a very similar boat here, in that, YouTube is an emerging media, and in general, like, user-generated content is an emerging media in the past, century of media evolution. I feel like a lot of people don't tend to look at historical timescales and tend to look at, oh yeah, last year and this year are different. which is important to look at, but like we should also consider, 20 years ago, if you told people that you could just upload a video of you putting a thumb up and onto any site, and somebody might actually view it, they would send you to an insane asylum.
Yeah, UGC is like a massively new thing. And like, again, me and like numbers and shit. So UGC is a massive just love of mine.
Yeah.
But like, it doesn't get the respect it needs to.
Yeah.
Except from advertisers.
Well, because they like to make money, and they know that people like to buy the things to make the money, and watch the videos and they make the money when they watch the videos.
Yeah, you look at advertisements, and you can get massive brands putting their shit on on UGC.
Yeah.
But like, and you look at the brands that have interacted with Corridor Digital.
Yeah.
And you see that a lot. You see the brands that, even though I fucking hate Logan Paul, actually, his editor has a YouTube video, and his editor has a YouTube channel, and I fucking love that shit because I have learned so much from that guy.
I'm learning a lot from I've been looking at Vodity's stuff recently. I like him. For that.
Look up Harris Hellier Smith, I think is the name of the...
You gotta DM me to that. I'm gonna forget it in like 7 seconds.
Yeah, I will. But like, he breaks down big YouTubers' videos. He did one on like, hey, here's how Mr. Beast keeps you engaged.
Yeah.
And like, here's how Casey Neistat made one of the best YouTube videos ever.
Right.
But YouTube art, UGC doesn't get enough respect. I think we all agree with that.
Yeah, and I think that circles back to my street art discussion, right? Just because somebody who doesn't have a famous name did it doesn't mean it's not good.
I fucking hate that shit. It's like,
yeah.
Who do you have on your wall? Who are you wearing today?
Who are you wearing? That sentence, that question melts my fucking brain. I'm wearing discount clothes from fucking JCPenney's right now. Like, actually, no, I'm wearing my merch. You should, like, look, it's my merch. Hey, look, I'm wearing merch. It's actually...
I'm just wearing a fucking black t-shirt that I got from a thrift shop.
Merch.
Hell yeah.
Actually, the die-cut stickers are way nicer than I thought they would be. So, pog.
But because I wanted, like, cheaper shit, or, like, stuff that people could buy, I went for pins and stuff like that.
I've got like a variety of stuff, but yeah, pins.
I also like decided, you know what? Fuck it. I like the look of my face on a backpack.
I like the look of your face any day.
Hey. Watch the clip that fucking Ben put in chat.
Yeah, Ben put it. Am I only getting half of? Am I only getting like half the messages? I don't see a clip from Ben. I see a clip from Elijah.
I thought there was a... Oh, yeah, there was a clip from Elijah. There we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna copy this and put it in our prep document.
All right.
Because I don't want to lose it. Actually, what the fuck? Yeah. I get the clips anyways. I'm actually inting. I rolled a 3 when it came to intelligence, and I'm never recovered.
All right, I'm gonna finish this out with where do we stop the umbrella of art?
Yeah.
And why is that distinction anything that matters? And my argument is you shouldn't stop the distinction of art because it's a specific type of media. You should stop the distinction of art because it stops providing value.
Yeah, I think that here the best argument I can construct for this is that we stop stretching the umbrella of art when the word art stops having meaning and the concept of art stops having meaning. And I feel that it has meaning, and by that I mean meaning for people. Like, if it becomes, like, for example, damn used to be a very effective cuss, but now it's practically PG.
You also look at fuck, it's a great case study.
Yeah. It really is. Watch the history of swearing. But, like, there isn't a movement on art is meaningless. Just like I feel like that just appeals to nihilists and depressed fucks, like myself.
Oh yeah.
I actually really
uh,
enjoy that art. Because
Yeah.
and the reason why I enjoy that art actually it's not because I'm depressed, it's because I enjoy people expressing themselves without worrying about the quality of how they are expressing themselves. Because I think that people expressing themselves is beautiful.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
the idea that art should have like societal elevated meaning doesn't sit well with me, because I think art is for the people to express themselves how they see fit.
Well, art is to be artful is to be revolutionary.
That's a solid quote, but like not ironically.
Art is based on just like fuck the ruling class.
We just got 3 quotes in 1 minute. So art, did you say to do art is revolutionary? How did you phrase it?
I fucking
I think it's to
don't
create
remember.
art is revolutionary.
That was off the top of the head. To be artful is revolutionary?
Oh, yep, that's how it was. The artful is revolutionary. Ben, quote your own fucking thing, because that's gold. That's fucking gold. That's a great quote, Ben. So you gotta quote it. And I forgot what the other one was, so we're gonna say we got 2 quotes from this minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one didn't happen. It's fine. But yeah, I think we only stretch we stretch the umbrella of art as far as the people get meaning out of it. If it loses meaning
Alright.
for the everyday person,
Squeaked out the speed run. There we go.
yeah, let's go. All right, folks, we're gonna run our next ad break, and then we're gonna shift to games and politics and games, and games as political
Whoa.
tools, and political tools telling us to fuck off of games. So we're gonna be right back.
Yeah. Oh, I
Oh fuck.
Sadly, we're not gonna get any specific examples of propaganda games, because I'm not willing to like go for older Call of Duties and that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like a lot of people would, because you know, how do you distinguish friend from foe in an old Call of Duty game?
Yeah.
Like-
you could have stopped that sentence right there before Call of Duty game and been fine.
Yeah. It's just like, yeah.
Why did Anansi's quote not get added?
And you added a couple of these games, so you're gonna be talking about those.
Yep. Do it again, Anansi. Yeah, I added Just Cause.
No, I think I added.
Oh, you added, yeah, no, I added Spec Ops: The Line.
Yeah.
And I remember that because it's the war. It's talking about the war experience, but not with the hurrah.
Hey, we get to talk about Yahtzee.
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 I'm so fucking excited for the Word Salad sweatshirt. For me, it's gonna happen when I get 200 quotes, because I think that's enough quotes to where I could pick the best ones and then Word Salad them.
Maybe.
Because I have some quotes that are literally copy pastas, and I don't want to make it a copy pasta Word Salad sweatshirt. I want the copy pasta Word Salad sweatshirt to be its own thing.
Yeah.
Because that would be funny.
That would be fucking hilarious.
But I want channel quotes to be channel quotes.
Yeah.
And then occasionally I save a copy pasta that I want for later, and there's like 3 of those in the quotes. And there's one in another person I mod force quotes because I abused my powers and put a copy pasta. Oh yeah, that's a great quote. Yeah, Anansi, I don't know. Orphanite. It's the megastone that evolves orphans into having parents.
Oh.
I don't even think I said that one. It sounds like a very me thing to say, but I didn't say it. That's another quote, Dunk. That's another quote, Ben. That was me in fucking placements.
Haven't done my.
I think it was Hammaby, Ben. Anyways, politics.
Oh yeah.
So
Here we go.
let's start by saying, let's just for the sake of our viewers and the people who view this on YouTube who don't know fucking lick about video games but support me because they love me as a friend.
Yeah.
What is a political game compared to other games? And where do we
this
draw the line
one's
from
gonna be
game that
fun.
has politics? I want to start with the what are political games, and then how do you define political game versus game that involves politics? Because I feel like there is a distinction.
Yeah. I think it's where the
Let's
line
start
is,
with what a political
like,
game is, because we'll get into the other one.
Yeah. A political game would be something like
Sounds good, Elijah. Thanks for
where
lurking.
the game itself has a deeper political message. There are a couple of games on here that are just like, hey, the entire thing is just overthrowing a foreign government. Direct stab at the U.S. there.
Yeah. Yeah. We know what we do and we do it well.
There's the political games, and then within that, the subset of fucking insane propaganda games. Because there's some of that. A lot of that, if you look at
Ooh,
itch.io.
I'm putting this into our prep document so we don't forget it, but Elijah has a good one.
Okay.
I'm putting it. Fuck. Mouse. Hello. Is it? No, it's that. Okay. There we go.
Okay. Yeah.
I failed at key commands like 7 times there, but it's fine. But yeah, political games.
There's fucking insane propaganda games as a subset because those are always fun.
Mhm.
And figuring out the arguments that they're using to kind of just hack your brain.
Yeah.
Because humans are really bad at humans are really bad at figuring out what a good argument is.
Yup. But so I'm gonna say that a political game, and that the way I define it is it's very strict, because I feel like there's a much broader category that isn't realized, and that's sort of that is my thesis today. That's the one that I would make a capstone out of it. I would argue about this for hours. But anyways, I define political game as a game made with a political purpose, specifically. There's a difference between including themes of politics and political messaging and political ideology and making a game for a very specific political purpose. And I know that this goes against my argument for art and exclusionary, but I feel like you could say political game to people and have both come up, and I'm like, I wouldn't go against that. But but anyway, I'm gonna say that I define political game as something that's made for political purposes. I say game involving politics as literally almost every video game known to man. Not every game. I would say at least half.
You have issues finding art that doesn't include politics.
Exactly. Politics involves almost every aspect of life. Hello, Ella. But I would say that a political game and a game involving politics are very different. One is very broad and one is very specific. For example, the PETA shit games, the ones that, they put their brain into the microwave and then made the games to criticize Pokemon. Political games, also dog shit.
Political games, they kind of fall under shit propaganda games too.
Exactly. Those have a lot of overlap.
Those are propaganda games that I actually feel comfortable talking about.
Yeah.
I might play one of those on stream.
That's Kevin, I'll do that with you. Clip it and ship it. We'll do the
Hell
PETA
yeah.
Pokemon game on stream. Has Nintendo DMCA'd that?
They might have.
That would be fucking
Either way,
hella
we can
memey.
find it. Either way, we can find it. That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
But
it's like
if
dog
Nintendo
fighting.
DMCA'd it,
Yeah.
Nintendo DMCA'd it, then we can't really play it.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks.
We can do a Discord play of it and laugh. We'll make a
Wait. We have an argument under fair use.
We'll bring that back up. We'll circle back.
Yeah. We might have to do it through a video, but
Yeah.
I'll do something on
But
it.
and while I the way I did that sounds very explicit and very exclusionary, I included the game I'm going to talk about is Spec Ops: The Line as a game with a political purpose, but it wasn't propaganda.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely
Um,
games that have a purpose, have a message they want to teach that is explicitly in the political.
Okay, so propaganda is a weird term
Oh yeah, it is.
because a lot of people think like collect scrap, World War II, U.S. propaganda and stuff like that. And like propaganda isn't exclusively bad.
I would agree. I mean, there's a lot. Propaganda is everywhere, and people don't know that.
Yeah. And I
Kevin, before you
Again.
continue your argument, you have to look at chat right now.
I'm feared.
These are separate quotes because they are both fucking bombs. All right, now you can continue.
All right. But yeah, like, God damn it, I lost my train of thought. Propaganda is not.
Propaganda is not
exclusively
always bad.
It depends on like whether the message of the propaganda is moral or not, because like you're always gonna end up with those people that don't know a good argument from a bad one.
Yup.
So if you have the good argument as like an easily digestible thing, you're more likely to win over the idiots.
Yeah. That's why sloganing is such a very central part of political messaging.
Yeah, and I fucking hate it.
I
but
hate it,
I understand
but I appreciate the art of it because a good slogan really is well crafted.
Oh yeah.
As much as I hate to credit many slogans, and I'm not gonna repeat the ones that I hate to credit, but there are ones that easily digest the message of the political campaign regardless of the intent, and are
There's a
very
four-letter
easily
one.
repeatedly.
There's a 4-letter one that was like actually really effective.
Yeah. But think about it, there's also like the one I will say, even though Obama did a lot of bad, is yes we can. Because
Well, there's also just like change and shit.
yeah, change
that
and
was really good.
yeah, that was all. He did a lot of stuff, but like I think yes we can is the one I wish to digest because of how easily digestible it was. Because that happened when
Yeah.
we were in what, like 6th, 7th, 5th. I don't know. Years aren't real, but we.
2008, so that would make us.
So I was born in 98. You were born in 97. We were in the
that
same.
would make us like 10.
Yeah. I think I went to restaurant that's no longer operating with deceased father figure when Obama was elected.
Yeah.
And if I said restaurant that was no longer operating, I'd dox both of us.
Yeah.
If you were in 6th, Elijah, then we were in 5th.
No.
Welcome in, Delta.
2008? Am I that old? Fuck, I feel old.
Dude, I feel old because I tried to throw today and my foot hurt. You don't use your foot that much when you throw. I say, I make noises every time I fucking sit down.
Crunch, crunch, crunch. Last night I had a really good one where it's just like I nearly fucking dislocated my shoulder.
Yeah, unlike the time you dislocated your shoulder at one of our houses, I just remember you dislocating your shoulder while I was around before I did sports med, and I was like, and they're like, no, it's no big deal. And then you're like, it's no big deal.
Just like clunk.
Yeah, and I was just, I think my jaw hit the floor. I just have a very clear memory, but not of where it happened, just what happened. And it's that you dislocated your fucking shoulder doing something I didn't think somebody would dislocate their shoulder doing. I was like, oh fuck, I was about to reach for the phone. You said, no, it's fine. You relocated your shoulder. And I was like, bruh.
Just to let everyone know, my body's completely fucked.
And that's not just because he's a player.
Hey.
Anyways. You tell a bad joke to get back into the info dump. That's what you do. It's the host's job.
Yeah.
If there ever comes a time where this is so popular where if I can't be here, I need to have a sub for me.
Yeah.
You are literally my number one choice. Cause you know what I'm going for with this vision, even though we have very different ways we tell jokes, you know what I'm going for.
Oh yeah.
So,
Like, you and I have different hosting styles. I'm going for the like, all right, I'm gonna tell him something, hope to trip him up, give them the hard questions, play hardball with this person because
and I'm literally like
if
the
they can
substitute.
handle it,
Yeah, if they can handle
if
it,
they can handle it, like they can handle it, it's fine.
and if
But
not,
if
it's
they
still good
can't handle
content.
it, then I'll like pull it back.
Yeah. Whereas I'm just the fucking substitute teacher on their phone. Like,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
talk about what you want. It's fine. I just as long as I can write a report out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyways, we were gonna go into some specific games. Mr. President is one I'm not familiar with.
Oh, Mr. President is like you're playing a Secret Service thing. But the reason why I put it under political games is because it is it was
Alright,
made
sounds good,
like,
Delta, thank
right
you.
as Trump was getting into office.
Yeah.
So the entire game is based around just like various idiotic things. And it just seemed like a good starting point just to like say, hey, yo, this is kind of the basics of political games, saying, hey, let's kind of just satirize this person.
Right.
But then we get into something heavier like Papers, Please. Papers, Please is...
So ready to talk about Papers, Please.
Oh my god. Papers, Please makes you make some hard decisions. Do I feed my child?
Yeah.
Or do I give grandma medicine?
If you're unfamiliar with Papers, Please,
Go out and play it.
yeah, I'm gonna play it on stream because I haven't played it fully, but I know it from studies.
Yeah.
And
I played a decent amount of it.
Papers, Please is like at the top of my list of games where when I hit it big enough where I can play whatever I want and people still come.
Mhm.
And I'm not worried about growing from Twitch because I've learned how to edit enough to just put a YouTube video at least once a week and, things like that.
Mhm.
Or I just suddenly, hit it really big and just start paying you and Ben hundreds of dollars an hour to edit videos for me.
Yeah. Hey, it's not gonna be hundreds of dollars an hour. It's gonna be hundreds of dollars an hour of footage.
Well, no, my dream is that I somehow hit it big enough to where I can, pay you $100 an hour, period. And pay Ben $100 an hour, period. And not worry about my bank account. That's my dream.
Yeah, no.
That's not going to happen unless somehow we hit it big.
Mhm.
Which was literally my argument before. I don't know why I added that qualifying statement. I'm a fucking 3-head.
Mhm.
But I lost my train of thought. So
That's
let's keep
obvious.
going. Yeah. Papers, Please. There's a quote that I pulled in an article about Papers, Please. Papers, Please presents us constant moral choices, but makes it really hard to be a good person. While you could waive the rules to reunite a couple, you do it at the expense of your own family. You have to decide if you want to create a better world or just look after you and yours. From Ben Yahtzee Croshaw.
So
One of those
I fucking
emphases.
love this journalist. Like, he does a show called Zero Punctuation, which is the most condensed fucking like memey like the most condensed memey like really good games journalism that I have seen.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. Like, is games journalism real journalism? Fuck you, it is.
If you say the word journalism, it is journalism. Journalism is an incredibly broad category. There's some that fucking sucks, but it's still journalism. That's kind of my take on it. There's a lot of really shitty journalism.
Yeah.
It's still journalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elijah, that's
No,
a new emote from Tiana. I really love that emote. That emote is Spills One Dreaming, which is, how I sometimes just sort of go off into my own head? Kind of one of the hallmarks of me as a person. That emote represents it in a way that's more like, honestly, shout outs to Tiana for that. Diana knocked that emote out of the park. That's my favorite emote on this channel right now. Just because of how well it describes an experience that I have. Anyways.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up the concept of an empathy simulator. And that's where I was going with the Paper Please quote.
Mechanicalized empathy is actually something that's really fucking hard to do, and I think Papers, Please knocked it out of the park.
Oh, I agree. From what I studied, at least. I need to play it. I haven't played the game, but I've studied it a lot. It's come up in studies, I should say.
Because the idea is, do I help someone further away from me, even though they're not in the same in-group as me?
Right.
Is it moral for me to not help my in-group to help someone else?
Exactly. And what that goes into, it's a really interesting, like, anthropological study of how humans have dealt with what an in-group is and how to defend it over millennium. And that's really evolving, especially in this day and age. That's one of the most constantly, like, challenged concepts. The idea of a human in-group, what that means, how much you can extend it, and how much empathy you should provide to people who may not be within the historical in-group. How much empathy can you provide to somebody beyond your comprehension of relation? How can you...
Yeah.
Someone who's not within 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon from you. You know?
I'll talk to you about one of my arguments later, because it is very hard to take, and I don't feel comfortable saying it on stream.
All right. Fair enough.
It's it's to do with a book we read in school and how I created that definition of empathy.
Right.
I mean, not empathy, of morality.
Yeah.
You and I were in the same class.
I think I know what you're talking about, but we'll confirm it later.
Yeah. But yeah, Papers, Please is fucking amazing.
Yeah. So,
like,
but yeah, the concept of mechanical empathy and empathy simulator, I think, is something that I want to see. I want to see more. I want to see more people attempt it because it is so hard. I think because it is so hard, I want to see more people try it. Because something that interests me within that, and especially within the concept of political games, is how do we have empathy for other groups in real life, IRL, to use gamer terms. But where I'm going with that is how, you know, if they're migrating from another country, how do people empathize with them? How many people can empathize with them? How do they construct that empathy? And seeing more people attempt this, well, we'll get a lot of shit. Seeing more people attempt it, we'll see us like we'll be able to analyze what the developers themselves view as empathy, and how they mechanize it, and see into how people's political perspectives go.
2 points I want to make.
Okay.
Mechanicalized empathy is really fucking hard to do.
Oh yeah.
Because either your choice doesn't matter, or your choice is based off of statistics.
Yeah. And I think that my understanding of mechanized empathy is somebody who's only done Scratch for programming is far lower in terms of how hard it is to implement than yours is. In this case,
it makes no difference programming experience. It's more, how would I design something to be a lose-lose situation?
So you're saying,
and how would I design it well?
Yeah, the statistics of a lose-lose situation. That's interesting. Yeah.
So like, say, hey, yo, I have a lose-lose situation. But if I take this lose, then I get a sword that's like this powerful.
You're right.
Or I get a sword that's even more powerful if I take the other lose.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna take the other lose every time.
Yeah.
Papers, Please. There's no good answer.
Right.
Like,
there's a lot of weighing options.
Letting someone die and like letting someone be caught by the guards in Papers, Please can be the better option.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't want to do it
it's a trolley problem of sorts where people are like, what do we do? Can I do this? Can I do that? In both cases, something horrible happens, but I have to decide which horrible thing is better. And then you choose multi-track drifting because you're awful.
I mean, I always choose multi-track drifting, so...
Deja vu.
Gotta hit this turn just right.
Just right. Hit a fucking smoke in the middle of it and give your driving instructor a heart attack. I only watched the clip. I haven't watched the anime.
The issue is just like, how do I create this lose-lose situation and still make the player feel okay with continuing my game?
Yeah. And I think that's so. I'm gonna go to getting over it with Bennett Foddy on the point of how do I make the player continue the game, but I'm gonna relate it back. Don't worry.
All right.
So the idea of, before I get back, and Kevin, put a pin in what you just said because I had something that will, as soon as you say it again, I'll remember. About the game you just said about Papers, Please, and making a good lose-lose situation and things like that. Because as soon as you say the thing you said, I'll remember it. With getting over it and making somebody want to keep playing your game, there's a lot of games that are unforgiving in whether it's the choices you have to make in a more action-driven, story-driven game in that sense, or if it's the hills you have to climb in sort of the mechanical decision-making sense. There's a very interesting science in how do you get people to stay engaged. How do you get people to stick around? How do you avoid either it's the shame quit from making the wrong choice in Paper Please, or it's the absolute maulding rage quit from getting over it and you made the wrong mechanical decision, you lost an hour and a half of progress. How do you get people to stick around after those horrendous things? After you got a family to have their family separated and something horrendous like that. Where
I can give one answer for Papers, Please.
Do it.
I did it to save my family.
I did it to save my family. Exactly.
And that's how you avoid the shame quit.
Yep. Because they have to make a decision within what would be considered the in-group. That's something interesting to be about video games, is how you can get people to care about an in-group that is entirely fictional. The way that people will commit to factions in games, for example, is something that's interesting.
Fuck you, horde bastards.
Exactly. I was gonna say WoW
Alliance
has
scum.
Yep, WoW has some good examples of that. But just in general, the idea that a video game can construct a world within which you build an in-group and an out-group, and you make your moral decisions based upon that. And I do that in Pokemon games where I am very much primacy biased, where the first Pokemon to get in are more likely to stay in the party. And I'm very much not like other Pokemon players in that regard. Because most people are just like, yeah, fuck it, this one's better.
Well, you look at that in terms of starter Pokemon, and like
fucking Lamau.
Everyone has that to a certain degree.
Yep, everyone has it to a certain degree. I think I take it to a greater extent where I've only replaced 3 during my playthrough in general. And that's gonna be different when I do Nuzlocke, but when I do a casual playthrough, I'm just like, I'm making friends with the animals I capture. You know, and then I'm
making dogfighting partners.
Yeah, I'm making dogfighting partners that love me and rely on me for food.
Sorry, pop the mic.
It's fine. You can pop the mic anytime. But what the fuck was I saying? I made the joke to remember my train of thought and then I forgot it. No, oh yeah. I'm very primacy biased in games. And that's bad for Persona, but I do that for Persona a lot. Anyways, I think that the way that games can construct these in-groups is very interesting and provides to a certain kind of political media that we haven't expanded upon yet, which is how do we construct the groups that we unquestioningly follow? Or minorly questioningly follow? Or even follow to a greater extent than other ones?
I hate this, but like, I feel like WoW kind of predicted our current political climate. Just because Alliance and Horde exist.
Yeah.
and it just like kind of showed the tribalism that's still alive inside of the world.
Yup. It's so, I think, but when it gets back to it, that goes to the empathy simulator. How do you get yourself as a player or as a person to have empathy with X group? And what degree of empathy? How much will this empathy influence your decision making?
Mm-hmm.
That's something I want to see more of. I want, because I'm always curious to know how people think. And I think that, yeah, seeing people design that kind of, those statistics would be interesting.
Yeah, I
even broken down to a poll of how much do you think this influences your decision making versus that.
I've been wanting to do some design stuff, but like the issue is how do I do that in stream format?
Me with this podcast, literally.
Yeah.
Let's be real. This podcast is going to perform far better on YouTube than it will here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But this is a passion project, and this is maybe the most fun I have streaming. Especially Kevin, when I'm talking with you, or let's say like I want to do it with Cameron in the future, but with the people close to me, I want to do it with Ben. I'm gonna do it with Elijah eventually, and with the other Ben, the people I'm gonna do it with. But anyways, talking to my friends is what I have the most fun with streaming, and also you and I have some fucking hilarious conversations. And I'm ready for because let's be real, we're gonna start with a few serious ones that we really research. And then one of us could be like, hey, we care about this meme. Let's fucking meme on it.
Yo, I want to do one on meme culture. I actually want to do one on meme culture.
Bet. Want to do it in like a month? You want to come on once a month?
Fuck it, sure.
Bet. We'll do it at the start of the month, see what data.
We also need to sit down with other Ben and...
Yep, we do.
And, like...
He's getting off work this weekend, and then we're going to do that. That's the plan.
All right.
He had 2 hell weeks, which I'll tell you about, and then he's gonna work normal hours now.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about the hell weeks.
Yeah. In short, fuck his managers who fucked him over and fuck the previous general manager. Anyways,
we're just gonna say fuck Hawaii.
Yep. yeah, but not because we're imperialists, but because people are being neocolonialists.
Yeah.
So normally I would keep going, but I really need to piss.
All right, I'll meme with the chat.
Meme with the chat while I run the ad because of pre-rolls. And I'll be right back. And if you just came in and you're not subbed, I apologize.
So here's another vibe check. How you doing? All my homies hate all forms of colonialism. Yeah. Yep. It's just me right now. Is it? Yeah. So how you doing, Elijah? I don't think I've met you. I mean, I've talked to you through stream chat and stuff like that, but how are you? Okay. Just gonna try and think of more examples of just like insane arguments that are just like so out of touch with stuff. Like a lot of these propaganda games that I've been mentioning are like other dudes with long hair. Yeah. This isn't the first time that I've had long hair. I had long hair back in freshman year, junior year, and then chopped it. Actually, I shaved my sides, braided it down the middle, and like dyed it orange, and then shaved the rest off. And that was like about a year worth of that. Eventually got rid of that. Got really depressed. Started growing my hair out again. I've had hair above my jaws.
Haven't
since
had.
6th grade.
Haven't
had hair. Oh.
Yeah. So
Shit.
Kevin? Did you already say how long we've known each other, to Elijah?
Fucking 15, 16 years, right?
It was 1st grade, because that's when I moved to Washington, and you were, I think, the first person I met when I moved to Washington. And what I remember, and I don't know how much you remember, this is the only thing I remember from 1st grade other than you and I talking through the fucking crack in the wall,
Talking through the fucking crack in the wall.
which is content gold.
Fucking hilarious.
It was, I don't know if you got in trouble for it, but I got in trouble for it.
I got in trouble for it.
Yeah.
We would like sit there with our books during like reading time.
Yeah, you pretend to be reading.
Pretend to be reading and just like whisper through the crack at each other.
It was fucking incredible. It is an SNL skit, I agree.
Yeah.
But the other memory I have is I sat down to some random person on the bus, and I think, like, looking back, I think they were trying to bully you, and they said, "Hey,
Oh.
don't talk to this person. They're too cool for you," and they try to say it with sarcasm, but I don't understand sarcasm. At least I didn't understand it back then.
Yeah.
So then I sat next to you and started talking to you, and then we became friends ever since. Because literally
Yeah.
that was the same bus interaction. And I said,
we
because I went like, fuck you, I can talk to whoever I want. And then I went to talk to you, and you're like, oh shit, this person rocks. Let's, like,
yeah.
and that was literally how it started. And because I also wanted to move away from the person who would say, this person's too cool for you to talk to you, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, yeah, I'm going to spite you by going to the exact person you said not to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who the fuck said that.
I don't
I don't even know if you
remember.
remember me, because I know I sat next to you randomly. Because
Yeah,
I
I-
remember meeting you on the bus, and then we found out our classrooms were next to each other. And then-
I remember sneaking my Game Boy to
Yeah.
school.
Yup. Yup. Welcome in, Fanta.
I remember sneaking my Game Boy to school to like trade Pokemon with you.
Yup. The fucking link cable.
Yup. And then like in middle school or something,
Yeah.
late elementary school, we got DSs and played Mario Kart on the bus.
Fuck, I loved Mario Kart on the bus.
Oh
That
my
was
God,
a
when we got
fucking
the
cult.
When we got the entire bus playing Mario Kart,
That was
holy
legendary.
Shit, that was fucking legendary.
We had like 3 separate lobbies go on, I think.
Yeah,
We had a lot of different people playing.
yeah. It was fucking dope.
It was legendary. Anyway, speaking of, I think we spent a lot of time in Papers, Please. Let's go to Just Cause, and that's the game you put on.
Oh my god. Okay,
And
so
I'm curious
Just
about this because I
Cause-
want to play Just Cause. But don't worry
Just
about spoilers,
Cause-
because I will forget.
Yeah. Just Cause takes place on the island of Panay. At least Just Cause 2. I haven't played Just Cause 3 or Just Cause 1. Or Just Cause 4.
I have Just Cause 4 on PS4 because it was on the PS4 Games Pass.
Yeah. But the idea of it is basically just taking the piss out of the United States and their foreign policy.
Yup.
And, like, the entire idea of the game is overthrow a foreign government. And it is the most action movie game I have seen. Because the entire idea is just to cause chaos.
Just to cause chaos.
Yeah.
Elijah asks, is that the one with the insane physics? To which I respond, there's a lot of games with insane physics. You're gonna have... Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Okay, if you mean insane physics by you can grapple hook a jet and then wing walk on it,
Yeah.
hijack the jet, jump out of the jet, wing walk without a pilot, jump off the jet, the next thing that the jet hits will explode.
Then yeah.
Then yes.
He says, like, let me ride on these rockets real quick while sniping across the map.
Yep.
Yep.
But the idea is it's satirizing the American CIA shit like that.
Yep. The idea of overthrowing another world leader. right?
Yeah. And fuck was it? They made a joke in one of the opening cutscenes where it's like, this guy's democratically elected. We can't have that.
Yep. Literally the US with Latin America.
Yo. And it's just, yeah.
And something that I wanted to ask about, and this is a legitimate question because I don't know. I try to do a little bit of background research on Just Cause. Fun fact, if you're going to do a future, like if anybody in the audience wants to do an info dump with me and you schedule one with me, I ask you to do the prep document, because then what I do is I go and I research the things you put in to make sure I have at least enough knowledge to make the conversation go well, because otherwise I am a shit host. Now, this topic with Kevin, I didn't have to do much background research for, because we've had at least 13 of these conversations.
Yeah.
Over time.
This is a conversation that we've been having for fucking years.
Yeah, for years. So, and I was excited to do this one. And there's a lot of conversations that we've had that I want to do more of. Again, this is why you're going to be the most common co-host. You're probably going to be the only person I can call like a co-host, and everyone else is guest.
Yeah.
And again, if this takes off again, and then it becomes bigger than me, you are the co-host to me.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
But where was I going? God fucking damn it. Oh, yeah, I wanted to ask. Do you feel like a lot of people took that, like, understood how tongue-in-cheek that was, understood that it was making fun of the U.S. government?
No.
Something that, something I read about, but wasn't sure about and was going to ask was, you know, because, like, a lot of people seem to, like, be like, yeah, patriotism, fuck yeah.
America. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that a lot of people even understood that Team America was satire.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people use that in an unironic sense, where I would have used it in an ironic sense.
Yeah. I don't think that a lot of people understand satire.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And that is a fucking huge issue. I feel like, actually, that this is a thing that I think should be taught in schools. Improv. Just improv.
Yeah. Clip it and ship it. Send it to Ben. It makes his day at work.
Yo, I wanna start a fucking Discord improv group.
Kevin, I know exactly who to get you in contact with for that.
Hell yeah.
I want to do that too. And I have some people in mind.
Hell yeah. I just because, like, honestly, I don't mind, like, doing a D&D group, because D&D, like, is just improv.
Yeah, and it's like last night I was supposed to have my personal not on stream D&D group, but I was like, yo, I'm not feeling improv right now, because like when I stream, I'm not always improv. I'm usually just like if I'm not feeling improv, I'm usually interactive, or I'm just raging at game. I pick a lot of games that I can be bad at, to where either I have a day where I can give off Sykkuno vibes but interact with chat because I'm not big as Sykkuno, or I can just rage and people can clip it and laugh at it and, you know, say ha streamer bad.
Ha streamer bad.
Yeah. But
Why you have to bully me, man?
Why are you bullying me? I don't have any self-esteem left. I lost it all. I bet it all on 5.
But then you get those, like, really, really nice people in chat, and you're just like, yeah.
Yeah, guaranteed results. I can't wait to watch this clip after stream. I don't know what it is, but I'm ready. But yeah, like, I think that... Oh, I know what it is now. Anyways, I was going somewhere. And
satire.
Satire, yeah. People... No, I think that people don't understand satire, and I think it's funny that the age group of people that told us not to believe everything that we see on the internet bite the onion more than literally any other group. And by bite the onion, if anybody is unaware, The Onion is a satire news source that I don't know how the fuck they stayed in business, because those news lines got real hectic that when even the ones that were real. But their whole point is that where they were clickbaity satire, very well constructed in my opinion. And the term bite the onion,
Onion's a fucking masterpiece.
Absolutely. the term "bite the onion" means you have believed an Onion article as though it were
Mhm.
real.
You want to know how the Onion stayed in business?
How?
They have other sub stuff now. So Clickhole.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that was affiliated with the Onion.
Yeah, no, it's a subsidiary of the Onion.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Now I see the connection. I just didn't know beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's how they stayed in business, because they started making shorter form content, and the longer form content still applies to the longer form content.
Oh, that's great. I love that headline.
Funding. So back to Just Cause.
Yeah.
There is a so if you don't understand Just Cause's satire, I don't understand like how, because there is legitimately a vehicle called the Tuk Tuk Boom Boom that is just a massive cannon strapped to a like quad with a canopy.
Oh my fucking lord.
It's amazing.
Good
It's
quote,
so
Elijah.
good.
Also quote Tuk Tuk Boom Boom. Literally a quad
Tuk
with a
Boom Boom.
roof that has a cannon or something like that. But I'm gonna say something, then I'm gonna return. So I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna say first. I'm gonna go with over patriotism. Remember that term? I'll remember what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Do you remember when we were playing Halo? It was either Halo 3 or Halo Reach. It was one of the two with you know the one that Red vs. Blue was filmed on, that map?
Blood Gulch. Yes.
Yeah. And then the next one that was supposed to simulate Blood Gulch when they replaced Blood Gulch.
Yeah.
Same concept though. Well, it was either you and I or you and Lauren. I mean, not you and I and you and Lauren. You and I or me and Lauren. But I know I told you about this literally the second it happened. If it wasn't you, where I was on a mongoose, and you know how there's a corner in Blood Gulch / sequel to Blood Gulch where like you might not see each other. Me with mongoose and person with rocket launcher, and then other person with mongoose. We crossed paths. No. It was me without the rocket launcher. The other person, actually, no, it was a warthog. It was me with mongoose and a passenger with a normal gun, and then fucking warthog. And then we go and we made it to the corner, and I just fucking reverse and start driving away. And I said, nah,
Nah.
that ain't fucking what I'm here for. It was either you and I or me and Lauren. But
I think it was you and Lauren.
Yeah, I think so. But Jesus Christ, I'm gonna put a stream marker here, and I'm gonna talk to Lauren later.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite gaming memories, because I literally was just like, we're gonna die. We lived. That's the best part. The person on the fucking, it was the fucking the best gun on the Warthog, the one that the laser cannon looking one, the Gauss cannon. It was that one, and they
yeah.
and I was driving in a straight line. And they thought I would zig and zag, and I was like, fastest path is a straight line, baby. And we lived.
Yeah.
Anyways, Just Cause. Oh yeah, over
patriotism.
I think that what Just Cause does, and what a lot of media, and so there's a satire Facebook group that I like to laugh at called America's Last Line of Defense. You may have, Patrick shares those memes. You may have seen one. I don't share them.
I don't look at Facebook at all.
True. Actively true. But it gets to these, what it does is it gets to these sentiments that are so patriotic that it is uncanny. It is fake. and people will still take it. I think so. There's another evolutionary concept of the uncanny valley effect, where something looks too, there's a reason why we like where caricature often appeals more than normal drawing, or if there's a normal drawing that's just slightly off rather than being fully off,
or a caricature of personality can seem more real. Like if I was to show my like actual what I'm like 90% of the time on camera, no one would accept it as reality.
So I'm gonna so I can't remember what the term is, but the idea, like the map of like what your brain does with the senses, and like and you can measure with how far. I wanted to say cumulonimbus, but that's a cloud. Is it like
homunculus?
Yeah, homunculus. Yeah, that one. The idea that we see like that would almost seem more like we look at it outside of the context, we're like, oh fuck, like, well, what is that? But like that's how our brain sees it, and then when we do caricatures, they're more similar holy fuck, they're more similar to homunculi than people would give them credit for. But the idea like that's our brain's image of us versus the actual image of us, that's something that's interesting. And I was going somewhere with it, and then I forgot. We're starting with the political. Oh yeah. There are people who don't have the ability to comprehend that effect. I don't know if that's. I think to me, I feel like that's just a result of society and being able to. We live in a society, but not actually. We're able to not select so heavily for traits in evolution anymore. Because of the benefits of modern society, as much as modern society has its issues, we now don't have such a strictly selected gene pool. So what happens is that we lose these evolutionary effects. There's some people who aren't scared of the dark anymore, but being scared of the dark was something that was selected for over time. That's a base example.
So selective psychology is a really slippery slope.
It is a slippery slope, and I don't want to get too far on it. But I feel like this is an area.
I'm just building that up and like.
No, yeah. But where I was going with it was like if I were to say like there's some stuff that still more people are at least unsettled by the dark than not. There's a reason why that is a theme used in horror movies. What I'm getting at, so like I don't like looking at that kind of psychology at the fringes, because that's where we get some fucking whack shit. Yeah, but I like looking at it at the 50-50 line.
Yeah, that's where you get some like race realist shit.
Yeah, race realist shit is awful. But I like looking at it at the 50-50 line, because that has less fucking whack shit. And the fear of the dark is one that is interesting in that regard. But I feel like the uncanny valley thing is another one at that level.
Fear of the dark and inverted sleep cycles.
Yeah, that one. Inverted sleep cycles and circadian rhythm is very interesting. As somebody with a sleep
where
disorder.
It's like you prefer to be awake at night.
And there's some people whose family lines were selected over time to be the night watch.
Hello.
And yeah, again, if you look at it at the fringes, that is a category with a lot of fucking pseudoscience. But I would say the 50-50 line's a really cool one to look at, with a lot
phrenology levels of bullshit.
Yeah, if you want to bullshit your friends and think you're smart at a party, that's one to look at.
Fucking
You and I pulled that trick at the same party.
Yep.
And we both looked smart, at least in our minds. I think everybody else should shut the fuck up, but.
All right.
Spec
do we
Ops
want to
Online.
move on to Spec Ops?
So Spec Ops Online is one that I brought up that I haven't played, but was recommended for me to research, and I did. All right. And I've become fascinated with it. The deconstruction, as much as I hate the idea of deconstruction in some ways, but the deconstruction of this constructed notion of political heroism and valor and perfect patriotism is a term I would coin for it. The idea that you're going to make decisions in favor of your country and that you are the perfect patriot for it and that you will be unquestioningly rewarded for it.
Mm-hmm.
And Spec Ops: The Line breaks that down with a decision system that has many lose-lose situations. It has multiple. It was one of the first-person shooters with multiple endings. And a lot of the endings were morally ambiguous to morally questionable. In that range. Where your decisions over the course of the game would lead to different endings, and none of them were like perfect patriot. You're going to end up damaged from the war. There's going to be sacrifices you make that you can't recover from. There's going to be things that haunt you forever. And then you get home and you're told you're a perfect hero. But am I really? I'm still haunted from these decisions I made to carry out the mission.
So, Spec Ops is one of those games where I want to go into it blind.
Yeah.
So I didn't do any research on this.
And that's the extent where I will lead it.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of things about Spec Ops and like how it deals with certain very heavy issues.
Yeah.
But since we're going into propaganda games anyway, later on, I feel like questioning was there a what movie was it where the sniper had to shoot the kid?
I want to make a do you have any idea how little that narrows it down joke, but I actually don't know enough about movies to do that.
Okay. There was like a movie that was just like
how recent?
I think it's American. I think I can actually like search what I said.
Yeah, you're probably right.
American Sniper. So I was right there.
Mm-hmm.
American Sniper. Like there was this. I'll set up the scene. There was this kid. The sniper couldn't tell if he was wearing a vest or not. An inexplosive vest. And he couldn't tell if he was wearing an explosive vest or not. So he has this extreme moral dilemma at that point. Do I shoot the kid and potentially save the people that went into this building, or do I not shoot the kid and potentially take their lives on into their deaths into my own conscience?
Yeah.
And that is a great scene for Consequences of a Bullet.
Mm-hmm.
So is there something similar to that in Spec Ops?
So I'm going to admit I haven't played the game yet, and I wish to get into it further. I only know what I researched, and I wanted to bring it up, if only to inspire both of us to play it.
Mm.
But I wanted to bring it up because of the themes that were presented and the themes that I researched. But the Consequences of a Bullet, I'm curious about.
Consequences of a Bullet can go both ways.
All right. By the way, folks, we're going to fucking insane propaganda games on our prep document. That is the title. I'm not lying.
Fucking insane propaganda games are very difficult to talk about because I can't give a lot of true examples. The like one example that I feel comfortable giving is PETA.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, yo, you're taking an argument that you don't actually believe in, obviously, because of your actions, but you're using that argument to attempt to recruit followers.
Not true, Elijah. But yeah, I see what you
mean. So what makes these arguments tick? It's typically circular feedback of their logic.
Right.
Where it's like, you believe in this, so you must believe in this. And then because you believe in that, you believe in the first thing, which makes you even more of a believer in our cause.
Right.
And that's just kind of fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think that... God damn it, All right, you continue for a second. I need to regain my train of thought. Literally, as soon as I said it, it was gone. You know what I mean.
Yeah. So consequences of a bullet, the reason why I use those words is because typically with the more nefarious games, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about, who do I shoot to do the good thing?
Who do I shoot to do the good thing?
And that's extremely simplified, which means that which is typically an indicator of a bad argument.
Yeah, I think anything that boils something down to a black and white argument is misrepresenting a situation. I think there's very few cases in life where there's a very true black and white argument.
Life lives in the grayscale.
Yeah, life lives in the grayscale. It's grayscale. More than 50 Shades, even.
Hey.
Life's a little more than kinky. It's a lot of depressing.
And it's even better when it's read by Gilbert Gottfried.
In both cases. But well, somebody better watch the VOD back, because I don't remember what the fuck we said.
Life lives in the grayscale?
Well, we said a lot more than that. Life lives in the grayscale is a good quote regardless, but
yeah.
Welcome in, Sam, by the way. But yeah, thinking of, like, I think anything that presents it as who to shoot to do right thing, who to shoot to do wrong thing, oversimplify a situation where in general, shooting anybody's bad to some degree.
Yeah. And the idea of war is you shoot the fewest people possible.
Yeah. Unless you're a horrendous warmonger.
Or the U.S.
I don't think we said different things. Anyways.
There we go. I set it up. Josiah hits it out of the park.
Yup. Same wavelength. Anyways. So, what is the ends? What are the means? That's something in the document.
I was, why are you shooting?
Exactly.
I
think what are the means to me at first was like, well, yeah, what kind of gun are you using? But I think it's more, I think you more meant the situation that puts you in the place where you have gun of any manufacturer, brand, etc., pointing at person.
So, let's look at real life for this one.
Yeah.
Because that's the easiest thing.
All right.
Let's look at the Vietnam War.
Okay.
The Vietnam War was fabricated to say that Northern Vietnam attacked first.
Right.
And I say fabricated because there is actual naval documentation that admits the second attack from, I think it was Northern Vietnam, or were we on North Vietnam?
It was North
side. Yeah.
We were on South Vietnam.
I think we were helping South.
I think we were helping South because I think North was associated with China in our minds. Yeah. But I think that it was either associated with China or the Soviet Union. It was one of the two.
Also,
powers
if you say we won Vietnam, what is Saigon called?
Yeah.
What the fuck is Saigon called?
Yeah. If you think that we won against Vietnam, you're wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
And also, why would we root for us there?
Yeah. Vietnam, it is a really good example of like how fabricated a situation can be, because there were two separate attacks on our destroyers. One of which was an actual attack from North Vietnam. The second of which we were shooting at fish. And the second attack is what brought the entire Vietnam War.
Yep. You can look at the Maine and Spain for that even.
Yeah.
Blame the Maine and Spain, one of the most famous slogans in U.S. military history. And there's evidence that suggests it may have been an inside job. And what we wanted was the resources from various Latin American countries, or Spanish colonies at the time. Specifically Cuba, but also involving Puerto Rico and involving the Philippines. And that the U.S. wanted those assets. So we said, blame the Maine on Spain.
So why were we there?
In which case are we talking about?
Vietnam. What was the average soldier's reason for being there?
They were drafted.
They were drafted. And what was the reason that was told to them?
Fighting for our country, fighting for freedom, or fighting for democracy across the world.
So when the fuck did our freedom end up in Vietnam?
Right? Like, when did it end up in Iraq or Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Or
and I
Latin
feel
America.
like that kind of is how propaganda is.
Yeah, anti-communism, which was often framed as freedom versus anti-freedom, I feel like, in the 50s. That was like the crux of the argument, and then that led into the Vietnam War with the idea of we're fighting for freedom as a theme.
Yeah.
Versus communism.
But that's typically how propaganda is built. It's let us dissolve this issue that is very complicated into a easily digestible pill so that you can actually understand it as an average person.
Right.
And I hate to be this person, but the average person, like,
mentally inting 4-head, not 3-head even.
Yeah. Like, you're not going to have a well-crafted argument really affect them. It's mostly recency bias.
Yeah. It's either recency or primacy bias. I think that both biases, primacy being the first to enter the mind and recency being the most recent one. I think both of those have different draws for different populations, but both of them are powerful draws.
And then, of course, there's the bias of in-groups and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But those are harder to track.
Yeah.
But, like, those would be the ends.
Right.
That the ends would be to interfere in something that really the US had no business being there.
Right.
The means is just we had the power. We could do it.
Exactly.
And that's my fear with games.
Yeah.
Because anyone can make a game.
It's not easy, but anyone can do it. The tools are out there. That's what he means by that argument, folks. We're not attacking the skill of developers necessarily. We're just saying that the tools are out there.
Yeah. You can anyone can download Unreal. Anyone can download Unity. Anyone can patch together an itch.io game.
Exactly.
And I feel like the fact that games are so accessible is both a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, again, the double-edged sword, where if you fail the D20 roll, you get decapitated.
But I'm starting to just get into a loop, so I need a moment to.
That's fine, because we have another ad break, like literally right now. So I'm gonna slap the shit out of you through your computer screen. We're gonna break the loop, and then.
Yeah.
All right, we're going. If you want to make fun of us over the ad break, you can drop a sub. It also helps support the channel and maybe make my passion project turn into a reality. I have a lot of fun doing this. I love hearing people tell their stories. But yeah, I'm gonna run the ad break right now because pre-rolls suck, and that's Twitch's fault, not mine.
But yeah, I'm just stuck in the loop of, like, you're fighting because of this, you're shooting because of this,
Yeah.
and you're shooting because someone told you to.
I think
there's more.
I think you literally just
nuance
missed
that I
the
want to
words,
get to.
and that's the means you meant. Like, I think if you said, and those are the means, someone told you to, you're given the ideology and the weaponry. The weaponry and the ideology are both powerful tools. That's kind of where I thought you were heading.
I mean, the ideology is a powerful tool, but at the same time, you're just a cog in someone else's machine. You end up being the means to the other person's ends.
Yup. There you go.
And I feel like that's the point that I'm trying to get across. It's like you're not the person doing this. You are the tool.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're the tool, not in the way that I am a tool.
Right.
But,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know where you're going. This is a blast. I'm having a lot of fun.
Honestly, this is just us staying up late in the night.
Yeah, exactly. No, this is why, again, I think this is why I need to have you on really frequently, because then, like, I haven't really looked at viewer numbers. I'm just like, how are we gonna meme here? I think
we're halfway through politicized games. Political games. Fucking A.
Yeah, we're gonna get to politicized games, like, right now.
Yeah.
Like, I gotta refresh my page because the timer broke, but I know that I ran the ad. And then we're gonna get into politicized games. There we go. Yeah, politicized games, folks. So by this, I mean games that enter the political arena, perhaps not explicitly through design choices. Like, they didn't make the choices thinking they'd end up in the political arena. But the choices that the designers made landed them in the political arena. And by that, I mean Mortal Kombat and, like, Grand Theft Auto.
So I'd put... I'm gonna, like, have a small argument on the, like, merit of putting GTA here and not in political games.
Oh, yeah.
Because GTA actually has a political message frequently.
Oh, I agree.
It is... Like, I don't know if this was actually confirmed, but, like, if you are African American, like, if you play Franklin or something like that, cops are more likely to just straight up attack you.
That's what I thought the stats showed.
Yeah, I'm, like, 90%, but I wasn't able to find, like, 100% proof of it.
Yeah,
because
we don't want to
could
get
just
fat
be-
claimed.
Yeah.
I think that the reason I put it here, not in political games explicitly, is due to the profile of politicization that happened with it, the Supreme Court cases, the amount of media attention these specific games got, regardless of how much, because I do think GTA is a political game explicitly, but it was also politicized. Not all political games are politicized.
Yes.
Some get no media.
Like, the prostitution and the gun violence specifically were politicized heavily.
Exactly. Regardless of what the actual political messages may have been, I do think GTA had some explicit political messages that weren't brought up by the media in lieu of prostitution and gun violence.
And I actually wish Saints Row hadn't existed.
Yeah.
Because it kind of stole that thunder from GTA.
Yeah.
Because GTA is super nuanced in its messaging.
I agree.
And then, and like, Saints Row kind of forced them to be even more nuanced.
Yeah.
And I feel like Saints Row kind of stole some of the thunder.
I agree with that.
From just, like, the zany shit that you used to be able to do in old GTA games.
Yeah. And it's really zany.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, and that's where I'll defend where I put it here.
Okay.
It's twisting the definitions to fit my arguments, you know, like most lawyers do in court, right?
Yeah.
You know, yeah. But no, I think that Mortal Kombat is one you could argue does not have explicit real life political messaging. There are politics.
No.
There are politics within every game. But Mortal Kombat's
politics are art.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat wasn't pointing them specifically, heavily at specific real life modern things. There were some historical themes that they brought up. There are some references, but they weren't explicitly political for that purpose. It was more in the line of caricature. But GTA does. But they were both politicized regardless of their messaging. And then Night Trap was politicized in the same group, but it was just like... But it's in the same group in a different way of misunderstandings of the content.
Yeah, I think also Night Trap suffered from being an FMV game.
Yeah.
Because the moment that your graphics get too real, people start having issues.
Yep.
And what can be more real than reality?
Yeah. Exactly.
That's where hyperrealism comes in.
Yeah. Fair enough. But I think that with politicized games, you see it making an appearance in, for example, like the U.S. Congress or Supreme Court. You see it brought up in like psychological journals. You see it brought up in any form of political messaging, really. Mortal Kombat being, yo, little Timmy at the arcade just ripped off little Billy's skull of his video game character, and now he's gonna be a serial killer. You know?
So do you know how like hard like the original fatalities were?
I actually haven't a fucking clue.
So it was like 3 frame perfect inputs. Like at the end of the match.
If they're gonna have that much mechanical skill, maybe they do deserve to prepare for whatever they're preparing for with the violent video games.
It was discovered by accident, and the devs were just like, nah, that didn't happen.
Yeah. A lot of fighting games be like that. Wave dashing in Smash Melee?
No, fucking, okay.
Unless I'm misunderstanding.
That's actually there was a Japanese forum post by fucking not completely familiar by from Smash, but like who's the main dev?
Are you talking about Miyamoto?
Sakurai, right?
Yeah,
Sakurai. There was a forum post by Sakurai, and it's just like, yeah, here's how you wave dash.
Yeah.
And he knew about it when it fucking like was released.
Huh. Okay, so that was a misunderstanding of mine in my history.
Yeah. Like
right.
there was a I'll need to find the documentary and send it to you. But like someone did a massive doc on like Melee and shit like that.
Yeah, no, there's a few Melee docs. I didn't see the one that Ludwig premiered, but I should have, but I didn't.
Yeah. And like the history of the competitive game and shit like that. But a lot of the mechanics that are considered like, oh, this is a glitch, we need to remove it by Nintendo, were intentional. Well, if not intentional, it was a bug that turned into a feature, which...
Best kind of, honestly.
Okay. Fuck AAA games for this, because that is becoming less popular as, like, a mentality, and I hate it.
Yeah.
I fucking just hate it so much.
Yeah, seriously.
It brings me no end to my anger if someone does not take the, like, bug that they created and go, well, how can I use this? Because that's how new mechanics are created.
Yeah. I think we're getting at is we're too formulaic. If we don't accept the natural process of creation, which involves mistakes that you learn to adapt with. And that's true of many medias. You have a mistake. How do you think new recipes existed? Somebody added a little too much something and said, oh, fuck, I kind of like that. Let's work with it.
Yeah, or like, oh, shit, I spilled the fucking preservative pepper into the sauce. Oh,
hey. Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty good.
Exactly. You discover something you like and you learn to work with it. And with bugs, unless they're, you know, oh, hey, you do this thing and game crash. That's not a feature.
Yeah.
But like, oh, hey, you now do this thing in game and it doesn't crash game. See how you could use
frame
it.
cancels.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's a difference between getting a blue screen and doing motions in a different order than they thought possible. Order or speed or precision. Any of those adjectives there.
Sorry. Bugs.
Yeah.
I find it funny that we have bugs as a tangent.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good tangent. So, and then here we're going to return to Elijah's question. What's a good way to handle politics versus a bad way to handle politics within video games?
If you stray into that fucking crazy propaganda category, I'd say that's a bad way.
Yeah, I think that you have to keep intellectual honesty. I wish that a lot more things, and that's as simple as accepting that sometimes you're wrong, Like you can have intellectual honesty by accepting that, you know, your side has flaws, right? There's a difference between blind patriotism and intellectual honesty by saying there are these issues too that we need to address. If you perfectly stan some form of faction or political party, you're probably wrong. There's things wrong. There's things that are wrong with many platforms, with every platform really. There's always going to be at least one thing you can work to improve.
So what I want to see is something like Spec Ops: The Line.
Yeah.
Where the fucking main character is doing something unarguably right. Like fucking enemies murder puppies and like throw them in pits and
right. And then you execute them after a trial by a fair jury, and you know, you swear on the Bible and
but the main character ends up fucked up in the end.
Because there's always a consequence.
Because of the things that they've experienced.
There is no true objective, true positive. Somebody's going to end up suffering from every decision, and somebody's always going to benefit. Somebody's not going to have the benefits that they expected, or that others expected for them due to a decision to change the status quo. And that's why a lot of, you know, most parties in power, or keep the life and keep everything in status quo, because that's where they know they're going to maintain the most power. And unless they can increase their power, they want to keep the status quo.
Yep. And I feel like that is a message that's missing.
Yeah.
From a lot of games.
I think the absolutely unquestioning the lack of nuance between factions and the sense of true patriotism. I think that is where a political game goes wrong. You can have games that definitely favor one party over the other. You can have games from a Latin American perspective versus US perspective.
Yeah.
But it becomes bad where one of those has an unquestioning good and evil, where one party is always right, one party is always wrong, where we have this sort of comic bookish, cartoonish sense of morality. That's where they go wrong.
Well, people's comic bookish, cartoonish sense of reality with World War II.
Yeah.
Like, you look at the U.S. and their involvement in World War II. The only reason that the U.S. got into World War II was because Japan,
yeah.
It was because Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
You look at the death threats that were sent because of Superman punching Hitler.
Yeah.
Like, that's fucking insane to me.
Exactly.
The fact that, what was it? When was it? Was it 38?
I would assume it'd be around that time frame, given the other historical events.
No, was it 38 where a certain group was in the Capitol marching?
Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
That's
so.
Google.
If you do not know, ghostly-looking figures.
Yeah.
Were in the Capitol, marching with certain imagery and
and then they did
perhaps
it again.
a grand caster.
Yeah, and then they did it again, a couple days ago. Not today, but way closer to that than I'd feel comfortable.
Yeah. So I'm just like, people seem to think we were on the right side of history 100%. The U.S. was not.
It more often than not was explicitly on the wrong side of history in terms of the scales of history.
Also, the idea that we haven't lost a war on our own soil. Fuck you. What do you call the War of 1812?
Our capital got burnt. It got fucking burnt. We got fucking arsoned. Like getting burned in gaming tech and gaming and sports terminology means you fucking lost, noob.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Just, the historical revisionism that is so prominent in the US.
Yeah.
And just in general, because I've heard some parts of it from Jito.
Yeah. We have I mean, think about the resistance to the game Wolfenstein, the Wolfenstein reboot 1.
Yeah.
Where they're like, how dare you make a political game when the game's like killing Nazi robots? And people were complaining
Oh my god.
about how it's given into the left. And they're
Yeah.
Nazi robot demons.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't accept Nazi robot demons as like something you can pretty much unquestioningly fight as a villain, if you can't pick a more like black and white kind of cartoony villain than Nazi robot demons, I don't know what you can. And if you can't be like, okay, there's something wrong within that, fuck you.
Also, like, to me that seems like to the same, not like to the same level, but in the same ballpark as like, yeah, you know, this Jewish guy drew Superman beating the shit out of Hitler. Let's send him death threats.
Exactly. It's the
Don't
same
clip
level.
that out of context. Don't clip that out of context.
Yeah, don't clip that out of context. Understand that there was a satirical tone in that.
Yeah,
And there was
yeah.
at least 7 minutes of context.
Yeah.
Again, this is a better YouTube video than it is a Twitch stream, but it's fun to take live questions.
Yeah.
But
But like, I fucking A. Like, there's just so many things where it's like, all right, let's view this through the lens of history. And sadly, some of the actions were not immoral,
yeah,
but today's standards they are.
yeah.
And yeah. Morality is a fucking weird ass issue.
Yeah, that's the reason why there's a lot of classes on it and everybody's wrong.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the future
The future.
of video
What does
games.
gaming look like today, Josiah?
That's a good question. I think I still live in 2017. With in terms of gaming. I think I'm lagging. I think my cultural ping.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
fucking
You're
astronomical.
somewhere.
My cultural
You're
ping
somewhere
is
in-
350. At least.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
like, I know there's there's a bunch of microtransactions and there's a lot of repetitiveness. It feels like people are less, again, like you said, there's less likely to accept a bug as a feature and explore it. I feel like there's
Mhm.
less of exploration of the possibilities of gameplay and more rehashing and refinement of existing things, which it's not inherently bad to refine already known mechanics, but to me it is inherently bad if you do that to forego the discovery of new possibilities.
What about going into a game completely new, not knowing anything about it?
I don't feel
Like,
like we
it-
get that much anymore.
Yeah, it feels like that was left way behind.
Yeah. I feel like even with something like Super Mario Odyssey, a game that going into blind I loved. And it's in my top 5 games I've ever played, really, in terms of just the pure enjoyment I got out of it, the pure artwork and masterpiece they did, and the exploration of the genre.
I would have enjoyed it a lot more if the camera wasn't so slow.
Let's be real, have you played a Mario game with a good camera? No, next question. So,
Do you not remember the end of that stream?
it was really funny. It was maybe one of my favorite moments on Twitch.
Oh, that was good.
It was good.
It was good.
It was really good.
I still need to edit down that footage and like, I have so many reviews I want to do.
See, that's where I'm like, I'm getting in. I'm gonna start setting aside weekly. I'm gonna start releasing schedules. And I'm also gonna be scheduling one day where I do editing.
Yeah. I need to like lock some of my scripts.
Yeah, I think I need, because I'm still deciding. And I'm still deciding on, do I want to go into more narrative style? Like, so I think the best way to put it is there's very different types of offline TV Rust videos. And I'm gonna bring up the
Uh,
difference between Moist Critical and between Wellen.
I haven't seen Wellen stuff.
There's a specific video I'm gonna link you that is one of my recently most watched videos. I really enjoyed it. I don't remember what it's called, but it's by WELYN, and then it's the Rust one. It's probably his most recent one. It's the one where he played with the biggest server, the offline TV server.
WELYN?
Yeah,
I'm just doing, because I think I know who you're talking about.
yeah.
Yes, I love Wellen. Okay,
And Wellen
Yes.
is somebody who I just encountered who I'm like, hey, I think a lot of the content I do would fit well with this, and I think I'm good at narration. Given that I shoutcast and stuff,
well, the thing is that, like, Wellen, none of that is actually live. It's highly edited, and, like...
Well, that's what I'm saying. When I edit the stream,
Have
like
you-
it's gonna be somewhere between the two.
Have you listened to the, podcast of, like, how fucking much effort goes into one of those videos?
No.
All right, so there's a very controversial group, but generally I think they do more good than bad. Like, they do have very controversial opinions and very controversial language. But Misfits, they're big enough that I like.
Yeah.
Misfits, Fits' group, Swagger Souls' group. And they did an interview with Wellen. And holy shit, the amount of effort that goes into one of those videos. He'll like, hey, yeah, let's recreate the entire server on one of my own private servers.
Yeah.
And he'll like just have his entire Twitch chat recreate the server.
Yeah.
So that he can actually get no clip footage from it.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I really enjoy so I think maybe a better one is have you seen Small Lance, the history of the world record for speedrunning pencil sharpening?
Yes.
That I think that's also something I could aspire, something I might enjoy doing.
Take a drink, your throat's dry.
Yeah, it is. I
I
was waiting to say something and mouth breathing quite a bit more than your average Trump supporter would, right?
Yeah.
Ugh. I want to be clear, I was memeing on Trump supporters. Fuck Trump. Anyways.
All right. I'm gonna pull us back a little bit.
Yeah, we really got off topic there. So how do games exist now? Monetization is something I brought up, and then we got off.
Yeah. The current meta of monetization is somewhere along like paying $50 for a fucking JPEG. And it's
insane.
like, gacha games are extremely profitable.
Yeah.
Which, again, we're looking at the future, so we have to look at the trends.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's also DLC, which I'm still having issues with, where it's like you sell an incomplete game and they're forced to buy the DLC to complete it, you know?
Yeah.
There's also like paid content within single player games, which I am still against.
Yeah.
And you know, the old adage, you can make more money off of something that's free than you can with paid content.
Riot Games.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make a
And
lot
I mean-
of money because we want to buy the weeb skins,
Mm-hmm.
and participate in the weeb events, and the
Mhm.
battle tokens, and the more skins, and we get our waifus, and that is a lot of the Riot Games model, I feel. And then there's also the cool skins for the people who like Like, fuck you, Rammus needs a skin. Which, yeah, but regardless. I feel like they know that they can make the popular content of all the... Like, there's a reason why Lux has 25 skins, right? That's not the real number, but it feels closer to that than, 0.
Yeah.
But where was I going with that? Oh yeah, they I think games tailor their content to the market of microtransaction more than they did in the past.
Yep. And it's this constant interconnectivity. I need to look good. Fuck, I spent like with Jito, I spent like fucking a couple of hours last night grinding out a fucking suit in Monster Hunter.
Funbat plays oof. That's a good sound effect to play right now. How's it going, Funbat? Welcome in.
Hey, Funbat.
Yeah. But no, I can't wait to do one with them, with Jito. That'll be fun.
I've been trying to convince them, like, they're gonna watch this and they're gonna go, I feel scared.
No, but the thing is that you and I have an established chemistry with info dumping mutually. Which is why you and I fit really well as co-hosts of a podcast named Infodump.
Well, we can push so much information and so much narrative so quickly because we're like, I'm setting some stuff up for you, you're setting some stuff up for me, and we're like both just pushing this forward.
Exactly. No, I think we have the idea of knowing where we're going with a sentence before we finish it, and knowing where the other person's going to go with it as we finish it. Finish each other's sandwiches, if you will.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going well, Funbat. We're talking about video games, except you couldn't tell by the past 30 seconds of content where we didn't talk about video games.
We do occasionally talk about video games.
Some of them, like, it's in the title, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, the era of blind playthroughs is another thing we touched on. And we're
the era of blind playthroughs is gone.
I think we're so tied to video game media and understanding what's coming next to form an opinion of it. I think the velocity of opinions is something that has changed that because of the advent of rapid messaging systems. The velocity of opinions, you have to be if you want to be at the cutting edge of thought on a topic, you've got to do it a lot faster, which means you got to get the information earlier, which removes your chance of waiting to make an opinion on a video game on the internet until, within like 3 days after it comes out. Now it has to be the day of to be on the cutting edge of thought. And so a lot of people are drawn to this, having opinions of high velocity. And that
are video games? An art form.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. By the way, Funbat, thank you for having me put on this beanie with your hats off to you command, because I've gotten like 4 compliments about it. My self-esteem has been higher in years.
I'm just told I'm ugly.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, so that's one thing that I like about what Nintendo's been trying to do with their games.
Yeah.
So, like, do you watch Cieve at all?
There's a few.
Cieve.
I don't. Cieve, I don't.
So they did
a few days ago, and now I'm
big,
popping off. With
video on like the design document that Nintendo works off of.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing about it, but I didn't click on the link. It didn't clickbait me enough.
Okay. So basically, the idea is Nintendo's been working off of a new design document, and because of that, you're never going to get another Thousand Year Door.
Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing something that I was like upset about is they like repeating on the same themes so much that they don't want to make new characters within the world.
That's not the reason why it's dying. The reason why it's dying is because the new way that you play in Paper Mario is simpler. You can take a single mechanic. You don't have to grind for gear. You don't have to grind for stats. You don't have to do anything like that. You don't have to, like,
Yeah.
do stuff to progress in the story. You can go straight to the end.
Because, like, the 1,000-Year Door, I think was so special in that it had so many facets to combat that people couldn't master. Like, super guarding. It's hard. It's difficult.
And it was too complex of a game for the depth.
Yeah.
So, the way that I define depth and complexity, Josiah's heard this before, but I may not have said it, like,
I don't
in
think you've
front
said
of
it
the
on
people
camera
that are
yet.
here. So complexity is the width of a puddle.
Yeah.
And depth is, well,
How wet does your sock get? That's depth.
So how far do I have to jump to get across this puddle? Do I have to swim? Do I have to, like, is this a lake?
Mm-hmm.
But without depth, that lake is just a swamp.
Exactly.
And it turns a game from engaging to quagmire if you don't have depth.
Yeah.
Giggity. But yeah, the idea there, and the idea with Nintendo's new design document, and you'll see it in stuff like Breath of the Wild, Super Mario Odyssey, is they give you very few tools, but they're deep tools.
Mm-hmm. Which played off spectacularly in Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
I think applying that the idea of few tools and work with them works really well in a true platformer.
Yes, but it doesn't work in an RPG.
Exactly.
And the way that Nintendo's designing, I think, is better objectively, but you're going to see the death of genres because of it. Because Apple, as much as Nintendo, as much as I hate to say it, is the Apple of video games.
Yep. And we're going to put a pin in it right there because I need to run literally now. Because fuck Twitch's ads.
Fuck Twitch.
Fuck. Fucking ads.
Yep.
That's where you cut.
Yeah.
That's where you put a mid-roll on a YouTube video if you want to make people hit that dislike button.
So I was talking to Trevor about this, and he may so until, like, either of us actually hit the point where we can be partnered on YouTube, he may just claim the fucking videos. Without pre-rolls.
Yeah.
Because pre-rolls fuck you for retention time.
Exactly.
But, like, because he might actually be able to make music off of it.
Yeah.
I mean, make money off of his music.
Yeah.
I was telling him, like, I kind of want you to claim my shit.
There you go. I'm excited to make more YouTube. Yeah. Hi, James. This is Kevin.
Hi.
Yeah,
How are you?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to get some stuff on YouTube. Jesus Christ, Kevin.
Hi. Hey there.
That's unsettling. Oh, I want to figure out. I might need a better camera monitor, the monitoring program for this, but I wanted to figure out how to do for channel points, like super zoom or like different, like, cause like,
you need OBS.
I can't do.
You need
Streamlabs.
base OBS.
Well, like, I mean, doesn't it work for Stream Elements OBS as well?
You need Stream Elements OBS or OBS.
Well, I might switch over for that, because I think that would be a good, funny channel point redemption.
Yeah.
And it would incentivize people to stay in the chat. That quality was immense up close. It's because Kevin has a real
It's
camera.
because it's an optical zoom.
Yeah.
It's not a digital zoom.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I'm gonna invest in an actual camera and capture card it, so I can get good camera quality, and also so I can do an optical zoom in,
Yeah.
like The Office. 420 points for 5 minutes of super close up. I need to set that at more like 4,200 because of how fast people are gonna start earning points when I start really doing predictions.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna my plan is I'm starting to schedule streams. I'm gonna start doing predictions as I go, making it a little bit more of a, like an outline to a stream before I do it, rather than entirely spontaneous. Because I think that would help me improve my content.
Yeah. All right. Back to the actual subject matter.
How are
do
games
evolve, Josiah?
Yeah. Oh, thanks, James.
How do games evolve?
I think that games evolve. I think they evolve based on the intersection between consumer taste and corporate interest. I think they evolve where those two lines intersect. Because they have
Does the consumer actually know what they want, though?
Not always. And that's what I'm saying. That's the intersection. And it's really the inequality. It's where they intersect. It's below where they intersect. It's in there's a certain zone between consumer absolutely knowing and CEO absolutely knowing.
So, I'm just gonna throw this out here.
God damn, James.
You know the customer is always right.
No, because they're not.
The customer is always wrong.
Yeah. I had somebody fucking order fried kale at Dairy Queen. Do you understand, Kevin? How much that day I wished to concuss myself with the drive-thru window. This fucking Karen pulls up to the drive-thru. Is like, "Do you have fried kale?" And I said, "Excuse me, ma'am. I think I heard wrong. I think I need to clean my ears. Could you repeat that, please?" And she's like, "No, organic fried kale." Like, "Ma'am, excuse me. I'm not sure I can. You're at a Dairy Queen, right?" No, I know you have fried kale. I said, "Have a nice day, ma'am." I put down the headset and I went on my 10-minute break. I was like, I think that was within. I think after that day is when I decided I'm not working drive-thru again, and I just forced myself into kitchen shifts. I said, either you give me kitchen shifts or I quit. And then I started showing up to work in basketball shorts. I did not like my job at Dairy Queen.
No,
James, Kevin can see your chats. He just chooses whether or not to respond based on the conversation and knowing that I get derailed. Because the podcast is called Info Dump, y'all. Like we info dump sometimes.
Yeah, I can see your chats. I just have it on a separate monitor. I have like the two main monitors that I look at
and
as Josiah's face and our design document. So yeah. So the intersection of consumer taste and corporate greed.
Yeah. And so that's why it's often hard to predict, because I think it is really within that inequality. There are times where it has evolved more in the trend of consumer tastes, and that's where we have people fawn over like golden ages of video games. And there are times when it trends away from consumer taste, or the expected consumer taste, I should say.
So here's a loaded question, Josiah.
Okay.
Here's a loaded question.
Yeah.
What video game publisher do you think is most living in the future?
I'm gonna go.
Had to fiddle with my knob a little bit.
I think that which one is adapting more to the future has to go with the ones that adapt to, like, in all honesty, into simplification in gameplay that makes fewer like less time in like playing. Like, I feel like it's trending away from, for example, glacially paced JRPGs. I feel like it's trending away from what we would consider a masterpiece game. I think it's trending more towards games where you can get an idea and get it out quickly, simply, and with the broadest possible appeal. And I'm not saying this in an elitist fashion. I'm saying this in a market fashion, because I think the world is trending towards on the go. The way that people have advertised against Ethernet to advertise for Wi-Fi, because if you're advertising for Wi-Fi, you're advertising against Ethernet, in my mind. I don't think that... I feel comfortable in saying that, in a sense. It is a twisting of the idea.
Well,
but
better Wi-Fi doesn't always mean, like, no Ethernet.
No, yeah, but like they advertise the Wi-Fi rather than the true speed in the Ethernet, and they try to, and there's this market developing of this Wi-Fi's faster than Ethernet, clickbait title, not clickbait. So
that's fucking bullshit, because you can only go as fast as your Ethernet cable will allow you.
Yeah, but still, I think that it's trending towards on the go, and I think that mobile, either mobile as a phone platform, or mobile as in mobile consoles, are going to remain the future of popular gaming. And then there's gonna remain, just like there's remained an underground movement for vinyl, there's gonna remain an underground movement for more stationary, more intense, more long form content types of games.
So I'm gonna address something from chat. I kind of agree with the concerned ape / chucklefish and argument, but I don't think Stardew is simple enough to be the future of games.
I would agree with that. I think there's a lot more depth to that than people give it credit for.
Stardew's way too deep, because it was designed after a game that was developed a long time ago. It is a love letter to that style of game. So, yeah. I'm sorry to, just kind of nix you there, but it's...
I mean, I think that Stardew Valley as an aesthetic is, though, because of...
Oh, yeah.
Not that it's... I'm not going to say easy to pull off, because Stardew Valley has great art, and, I don't want to downgrade the quality of the design, because it's very well designed. But that's going to be less resource intensive than many other art styles that people are, interested in right now. So I think the designs that take up fewer resources, which therefore will have the broadest technological appeal, because the reason why I say mobile is the future is that we're entering an age where a lot of people are going to be accessing the internet primarily on their mobile devices, especially in, I hate to use the term developing world, but that's where I'm saying it's like in places like Africa and Southeast Asia, in South America,
India to a certain degree.
Oh, India to a great degree. That's going to be the pure broadest market for anything.
And there is an ARM version of Stardew.
Yeah. Because there are games that you can do, and I think that even the more in-depth games like Stardew will have a market there. It won't be as broad as the general market of gaming, which is kind of what I was going for with my argument. But there is a huge market for all gaming there, which means I think that there's a future of gaming within the retro aesthetic. And I think we're seeing a rise in that, because I think the retro aesthetic is often less resource intensive. In terms of system, it's going to be resource intensive in creation, but not necessarily in computer resources.
So I'll argue the Stardew is only as deep as you dig. What things do you need to understand to play Stardew? At a basic level. Okay, let's go with, what does each tool do? What does selling a crop do? Those may seem basic, but Super Mario Odyssey is a more basic game.
I will agree with that. It don't take a lot to understand what's happening in Mario Odyssey. You just gotta understand get Peach because Bowser bad, and collect Moon because shiny make brain go hee-hoo.
Yeah. And it's like, I have an objective, I have a basic set of mechanics, and I have the ability to think. Some people are missing one of those, but those are the basic things that you need to play the game.
Yeah.
I say some people are missing one of those because I am.
I think that I think James is right on a point though. There's always gonna be some market. Retro, cutesy, simple RPG, dating sim, puzzle, action, platformer, etc. Almost nothing will ever go out of style. Because I said earlier, and I think that James elaborates upon what I said earlier, that there's always going to be some underground market, just like there's been an underground market for vinyl.
Well, let's go into our predictions for the future.
Oh yeah, let's do that. That's a great...
Our full-out predictions for the future. So, I'm gonna zoom in on this because I am blind as a bat. Monetization practices will become more predatory. That's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's like universally accepted because the two I asked you what publishers are most living in the future. You said Nintendo and
I kind of just said Nintendo, and I wanted to go with Tencent, Mobicent. There's something like one of the like it's a mobile.
Tencent.
Yeah, I think Tencent. Yeah, but it's one of major mobile platform publisher.
Okay, yeah.
I can't.
Tencent, I'll agree with.
Yeah,
but mine for Western audiences and in the AAA market. Like, narrowing it down that much.
Yeah.
Because AAA games typically have a much wider appeal.
Oh, yeah.
Are EA as living in the future and Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
Because they go for two different markets.
That's
Nintendo
true.
does not try to compete in the same market as EA.
That's true, actually, yeah. Very
They don't
rarely.
have to.
Yeah.
They don't have to.
Yeah, even Nintendo sports games never approach the levels of realisms that EA's sports games attempts to approach. They always have a twist. So Mario Strikers doesn't really compete with FIFA, and it doesn't need to.
Yep.
Mario Super Sluggers never needed to compete with any of EA's baseball games that they've since discontinued, but that's kind of the yeah, I agree with that actually.
So let's get back to predatory monetization practices. There will be a lot more mechanical improvement items that are directly sold to the player and necessary. EA has directly stated this in their design documents.
It's kind of when I think back to the free version of Toontown versus the paid version of Toontown. The free version of Toontown didn't do much.
Mm-hmm.
You had like an area and a third.
Mm-hmm.
And not all the attacks, but you could see everything, and you could tell where you need to go and what you need to do, and you couldn't do it unless you paid. I think it's taking that kind of concept of a trial to go into the game, with Toontowns being a little more open, has evolved to what EA's design document says. And that they're going to... They might... I would predict with that they might make the initial price lower.
Yep.
To draw people in.
You make the initial price lower, and the price has dropped over the years.
It has.
It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it.
I know a lot more $40 games this year than I know $40 games 5 years ago.
Yep. And there's also the fact that, the price for a AAA game hasn't gone up.
Yeah.
And they cost more to develop, which means that money must be made up somewhere.
Exactly.
And you'll see more of a trend towards coin op.
Yeah.
You'll see digital coin op games.
I think it's funny the way that the grandfather clock of history works.
Cyclical nature.
The pendulum swings from one end to another in a different way.
Time is a circle. That's why clocks are round.
Yeah, exactly. This kind of, some bullshit that somebody on fucking shrooms posts on Facebook. But
coin op being premium currency? No, I mean like arcade machines,
like arcade style, where like you keep playing. I think we're gonna see, not to the same extent. It's not gonna reach fully to the other side, but I think it will approach that more than what we would want to see in games per se.
But you're gonna see that more from Soulsborne games.
Yeah. God, fucking Sekiro coin up.
Yeah. How much money would you pay to complete it?
Not much. Fuck that.
How much money would someone pay to complete it?
A lot. But yeah,
all you need is one whale.
Ubisoft they are really predatory. They are in your face. I would agree with that. But most are, right? The way I think about the way League has done battle passes now, I felt like they were more out of the way in the past, like bundles, but like the way that battle passes are in general,
now they're just like they're fucking just shoving them in your face.
You get they show you the charts of what you get if you pay versus what's free on the fucking screen.
Mm-hmm.
And like they show you every time you open your missions how many battle tokens you could have had if you had the pass.
And that fucking FOMO drives you to purchase.
Exactly. Fucking 5-head business strat, but fuck you. Like, that's kind of how I feel about it.
And because we already see a trend towards this, immersive VR experiences will be, more common.
I would say that immersive VR experiences will become more common, but they will become more arcade style. I think that we're gonna see a lot of immersive VR coin up.
Yeah.
Payday 2 used to have paid content, but they discontinued it due to extreme backlash. Yeah, that's why it's our job to fucking cyberbully corporations.
So, and here's
for that matter.
One of my way out there. This idea's been around for years, but I think it's taken a hit because of COVID. Arcades will rise again.
I agree with that take.
And I don't know the long-term effects of COVID culturally.
Yeah.
So this could have just 100% killed all arcades.
I don't think
like 100%. COVID could have 100% killed all arcades.
I think it could have if there wasn't such a residual interest, but I think you underestimate the power of nostalgia in this case, because I think that we're becoming nostalgic even for things we experienced in 2018 right now.
Yeah.
More than we would have sans lockdown.
And,
so I think that will revive the arcade market, but it will take time.
Yep.
That's kind of my take on it.
Well, we'll see how many people are wearing masks still when they go into public after COVID.
Yeah.
And
hopefully it would mirror that of like Asian countries like Japan, South Korea, Thailand, that really have developed mask-wearing cultures. In like, if you have the fucking common cold, 5-head strat, just wear a fucking mask. So you don't spread it to your coworkers, which not only is rude, but also decreases productivity, because we just care about that capitalist sentiment, right? We just gotta know about how productive we are. And giving your coworkers a cold, all of them, is not very PogChamp. And you're gonna decrease your productivity, and your boss is gonna be mad, and you're gonna be sneezing because you didn't wear a fucking mask and you spread the plague in your office, and everyone's gonna feel bad.
So, hit me with a hard question. Do I think that loot boxes should be classified as gambling? Honestly, thank you for that question. Yes.
Yeah. Good question.
Do I need to go?
Let's do it.
Do I need to
do
like
it. Hi,
go
Michael.
further?
Welcome in. And James, not yet.
Rates should be displayed as they are in Asian countries. Like that is just a thing. Rates in loot boxes should be displayed.
Yeah.
Even if it's just rare, mythic, stuff like that. The rates that you're going to get these things should be displayed.
Yeah.
I don't think that... I'm not... Do you think that minors should be banned?
So, the thing with... I feel like they are already like they're supposedly banned from loot boxes, because the idea of parental, you have to have the consent of your parents or guardian to do this, right? There's a lot of that in all these legal documents, hold on. But they're not actually excluded and enforced against. Those policies aren't enforced because they know that they're being part of their bottom line. So I think what we would need to see for minors to be totally banned, because the minors can say, "Oh yeah, I had parental consent when I just, I didn't." That's not hard. We've been doing that since Club Penguin, and anybody who went to Disney.com, if you fucking asked for parental consent before going on the site, you're a loser. No, we were all the bad rebel kids who fucking did that and said fuck you to the commercials. But I think what we're going to see is, what we would need to see is a more strict enforcement of those policies and penalizing companies that don't make active decisions against it. And also, I think that in general, we would need to see possible consequences for negligence. Because I think that...
So do you think that age required for parental consent should be raised to 17 or 18?
And that's the thing. I still think it should stay at 13. Because that market for free-to-play games, as much as I hate inting 14-year-olds in solo queue, which I've had a couple in placements, I can't see a market that we develop with a heavily enforced rule for parental consent above X age, between like, say, 17 and 20. If something like that, if you had something like parental consent until you're 18, which is from if you're like, no, sorry, I said that wrong. Parental, if you're 18, you can make anything, but if you say you can't play without parental consent until you're 16 or something, that excludes a lot of markets of, say, like middle school kids who, as much as I hate playing against toxic fucking 13-year-olds inting as Draven in League, that's actually a big part of their hobbies and interests that they develop. So I don't think on either end you could justify it, because the bottom line, these kids might ask their parents for fucking waifu skins, but at the end of the day, some of them are often lonely and do need some sort of hobby, and I'd rather them have some of these games to play, even as much as they suck, and I'm clearly addicted to one of them. I think that's hard to justify removing that.
I think there should be two separate lines. Data collection and microtransaction.
All right.
So data collection stays at 13.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And microtransaction is 18 or 17 or 18.
I think it's I think we tie it to 16, which is the legal age of work in the US, which I feel like is actually a good number for you to be able to get a job because of a variety of reasons. I think we put it there because if you're making your own money, you should be able to make your own financial decisions.
I'm marking it closer to gambling laws,
yeah,
which would be 21. But
yeah.
I'm
looking. So I think loot boxes and microtransactions have to be different though. In that, I think there should be 3 lines then.
Yeah.
Data collection, microtransaction, and loot box.
Yeah, loot box should be hard classified.
Loot boxes are gambling. But then what do you do with card packs?
Yeah.
Because when I bought Yu-Gi-Oh cards at the dry cleaners,
Yep.
I wasn't pulling them for the rare cards.
Yep.
I wanted to buy cards because they were Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yep. And that's why 90s shows actually had a lot of lawsuits.
All right, pin in it real quick. Pin it really quick because I really want to address what James just said. Do you feel like loot boxes could be different if there's no way to pay for them with in real life money? Yes.
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 In-game currency for loot boxes, fine.
I'm
in-game
so fine
currency
with that.
Yeah.
I'm so fine with that. But when you have the same loot boxes with either in-game currency or money, people are going to cheat the system. So it has to be explicitly no money. And something you could do to incentivize it is just to make those have different rewards. So you have to both you can play the game and you can get all the rewards for pay to win per se, but you have extra ones that you can only get with the IRL ones.
Ooh. And then the fucking greedy ass motherfuckers. Yeah, if you have both in-game currency and paid, the in-game currency can potentially be above the amount that you can earn from the game. And that has happened multiple times.
Yeah. So I think what we get at here is that there's a difference between the idealist and the ethicist perspective. I think most of us would ideally, I think in the perfect world for people, we wouldn't have to pay money for games because we want to just play all the cool games without having to, pay money for them. But that's not going to happen, right?
No.
That's the dream. That's the pipe dream. You have to pay
for the developer.
Yeah, and so then the idealist world is people get their games at a price where they are more likely to afford them, or there's ways for them to access them, while the developers also get paid for their work, their labor, their creativity. And then there's the realist world. And the realist world, the one that we live in, where we're not going to get probably half of what we dream of as consumers. And developers are still going to have to put more work into their games for them to be totally successful most of the time, with a few random viral pop-offs. Than they would like to in terms of the amount of money they need to pay the people who make the games and marketing the games, etc. So we're going to see this realist world which has some form of compromise, and that compromise is probably going to lie more on the end of the developer, I think, going forward.
Oh, yeah. Finally, we're going to see more movement-driven games.
Yeah.
As a, well, not finally, but, moving back to the, actual subject that we were talking about.
Is this a good time to put a pin in and then finish predictions and start Q&A and do an ad break since we have 45 seconds till pre-rolls turn back on?
Yeah,
and Twitch is awful.
Hey,
folks, by the way, Twitch sucks and makes us run ads so we don't get pre-rolls. And we'd like to run, and then we don't talk about important shit during the ad break, and we're going to start the ad break now. So you won't miss anything if you're not subbed, but if you want to sub, you can hear us, bullshit.
Yeah.
And that's also kind of funny.
Sorry about pre-rolls, guys.
Again, sorry about pre-rolls. It's not my fault. It's Twitch's fault. This is... I'm having a blast.
Yeah. Oh, I've also got this.
Oh my god, what fuck? I love it.
Yeah, sadly my tablet holder fucking hits the volume buttons, and I'm just like, god damn it.
Is the ad not playing? Well, folks, if Twitch decides to not run the ad when I say to run it, and instead they choose to give it to you at some fucking random time, I'm going to upload the VOD to YouTube, and it would be very PogChamp if you watched the VOD on YouTube to find the things you missed, because Twitch sucks and played you an ad when I didn't tell them to play an ad, but plays it another fucking time.
Also, if you like my takes on games, I'm going to be trying to upload some, commentary shit and some thought-based shit to my YouTube channel, and
Yeah.
you can follow me at Twitch at twitch.tv/edos145.
All right. Anyways, movement-based games.
Yeah, movement-based games, you're gonna see a hell of a lot more of those, because those have been shown to like just be more fun. And again, remember, this is an industry that is for children.
Yeah, it is, and I think that a lot of parents are looking for alternative ways to get their kids to play.
Mhm.
How can we, especially with a society, Mirror's Edge or VR? I think both. I'm gonna say let's do both, but mostly VR/motion control.
I'm talking about Mirror's Edge.
I kind of have a both, so I'm gonna say what I was gonna say, and then because I was gonna say movement-based games, parents looking for kids to a way to play and get them to play with interest-based focus, and something like a Wii Sports, but like more intensive.
Oh yeah.
Something like a Ring Fit trainer was huge.
Yeah.
Because if you can gamify workouts, and I think
Fitness.
that's actually a
Yeah.
good thing. I think.
Oh yeah, that's
I think
amazing.
Gamifying fitness. I wish I was able to get Ring Fit. I still haven't gotten it, but
One of our planned talks.
yeah.
Hey! Don't talk about it too much now.
It's a hint. It's a
No.
It's fucking advertising. No, shut the fuck up. It's advertising because we're dropping the cliffhanger, and then people have to come back for another episode. Right? Yeah.
Drop the cliffhanger.
You understand the content here, right?
Yeah.
But no, with ADHD, it's really hard to do some tasks, and so if you can connect them to special interests, or even more so if you can gamify them, because a lot of ADHD brains really respond to gamifying things, because we like to make our brains go hee-hoo because we got a reward.
Yeah.
So gamifying fitness is brilliant,
Mhm.
especially solving a lot of modern inactivity. And then so that between both with childhood obesity, but more so just parents trying to get their kids to shut the fuck up at like 3:30 p.m.
Yeah.
That's huge. And then now you can go with what you were going with.
Movement-based games and like
With movement within the game.
input-based, like very precise movements required. I need to play the new Meat Boy. Sorry.
Same. Meat Boy's great.
Yeah. You can put so much depth with very few mechanics, and movement is a style where subset of mechanics that you can put a lot of depth in without a lot of complexity
Right.
initially.
Again, it's starting with the training wheels and then getting you to ride a fucking unicycle.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where I'd go with movement games.
Yeah.
Because like even Mario Odyssey progressed in difficulty.
Yep.
Like not immensely until the post game per se, but even within the game, it progressed a lot. And I agree with James with saying Sunshine and Galaxy, things like that, where and I would say to a lesser extent in terms of broad appeal, but getting over it because of the movement tools you develop.
Well, it's a very simple movement style.
Yeah.
Like, just move your mouse forehead.
Yeah, exactly, and move it better, with better directions, and not that way, idiot. But like the idea that you start with a simple mechanic and you learn how to apply it, whether through different patterns and rhythms or through different specific motions, that's huge, and I think that is a huge future of gaming. The idea of rewarding simple inputs while also rewarding complicated ones. Yes, we remember QWOP. But yeah, I think rewarding your simple inputs and rewarding your complicated ones. One that I feel for example, League struggles hard with because of how do you reward Azir and Garen at the same time? Without overbalancing one versus the other. QWOP stream win.
Yeah.
I'll do it on a 12-hour stream. I won't do it for the 12 hours, but it will be on it, as a filler game. But yeah, movement in games starting from simple and working to immensely complicated.
But and now because I have massive issues with combat in games, we need a starter fighting game.
Yeah.
Because fighting games are fucking amazing. 2D fighters, sadly, I cannot parse platform fighters, but 2D fighters for me have been like the epitome of combat.
Yeah.
And by that I mean like perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Fair, James.
Yeah, that's the reason. Like, do you understand animation cancels? Do you understand high-low mid blocking? Do you understand the air game? Do you understand the missile game?
Exactly.
Do you understand?
Positioning is entirely different between a platform and a 2D fighter, and zoning is entirely different because of the possibility of falling off the stage versus not. I think with a 2D fighter, there's gonna be ground. There might be attacks under you on the ground, but there's always gonna be some form of ground that you can't fall off, and you can't get launched off the top or off the side, generally. Right? It's just gonna be, you have your health, then you lose it. And that's why Stamina Smash is played differently from Percent Smash. Stamina Smash doesn't have much competitive side to it, but Stamina Smash is a mode you play differently. You just you play around your health bar rather than I am better at recovery, so I'm going to. I think it goes back into movement based in a sense in a different way. Because I think there's a lot more micro movement in 2D fighters.
And Soul Calibur, only certain stages you could fall off the edge.
Yeah. And I think with far more in Smash and with Rivals of
and
Aether,
mostly within competitive, you don't pick those stages.
Yeah, whereas within Smash and Rivals of Aether, you do. And I think the objective in the gameplay loop for them is different because I feel like with a platform fighter, it's really establishing stage control as a broad thing, whereas I feel like I feel like to a certain extent, 2D fighters have a different spacing gameplay loop.
The floating wood plank stage. My friends would get so pissed at me when I would fucking 3-stock perfect them.
Yeah.
You've heard Isaac bitch about that.
I have. Oh, Isaac last name. Very fun to play with.
Isaac last name, yes.
Yeah. That's the tick I've developed because early on I doxed people and we had to edit VODs and stuff. Because I was really bad at it. I just say last name now.
Yep.
There's plenty of Isaacs in the world, but you don't know which Isaac last name I'm talking about. You don't even remember which Soul Calibur that was. Fair.
That was OG Dreamcast.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that the way you have to learn 2D fighters is harder because of the amount of inputs you have to remember. I think that with platform fighters, you have fewer moves and fewer combos. And it's like
you don't need to remember that many you don't need to remember that many moves.
Okay.
Like a lot of the time when I'm learning a fighter, I'll have about the same number of moves as I do in for a character in Smash.
Yeah. I think CWF's onto something, saying that the 2D fighters is that the inputs facilitate the gameplay. I think they do that more than in platform fighters. The inputs still facilitate the gameplay in platform fighters, but it's more about the positioning than the inputs themselves.
Well, it's also, hey, how do you understand negative space? How do you understand, quarter frame, full frame, and half frame? How do I describe to you this inside of a tutorial?
Yeah. The Rivals of Aether tutorial is hard, by the way.
Tutorializing any fighting game, because they're so complex, is very difficult because do I just throw you across the pond or do I throw you halfway?
Right.
Like, because either way you're swimming.
Yeah. So you're saying that
And,
Guile's
like-
defensive style is
Yeah.
predated on his charge mechanic, and then his projectile sonic boom is really good because it's a fast startup, but a slow sonic boom allows it to walk forward. I mean, yeah, that's we were talking about the projectile,
Yeah, projectile game.
yeah,
Missile game.
missile game. That's
I need to get into Street Fighter a little bit more.
yeah. But yeah, I think that. Okay, I mean, your point was that you don't have to remember that many, but you also don't have to remember that many for platform fighters. But I feel like with platform fighters, it's more of a Mario Odyssey-esque deal where you have a few tools and you know how to apply them in a bunch of different scenarios. Whereas 2D fighters, to me, feel more in that 1,000-year door zone where there's a lot more depth to the combat and there's specific tools for specific scenarios. More so.
Yeah.
There are
Yeah,
cases
yeah,
of that in both, but I feel like there's one has a node of probability at the end of Mario Odyssey, and one has a node of probability more at 1,000-year door-esque.
Yes, yeah. Input balancing is a difficult topic within fighting games, though. Have you looked into Rising Thunder at all? It was attempting to do what I'm talking about, make fighting games more accessible.
Yeah. 86? Is it at 86 now, James? That's a lot of characters. I'll have to check it out. CW. I just know that I get tilted at rivals.
Yeah. I mean, I might boot up Skullgirls with you, and like try and
Yeah.
figure that out.
Perhaps. It's a beautiful game. Anyways.
Oh my god, the fucking,
have we
frame data.
I think that with combat, there's something I want to touch on here. Something I've noticed with the difference between like Fortnite and Spellbreak in terms of combat and that, where there's a difference
Yeah,
between like a hit scan projectile mechanic versus a bullet speed
Projectile. Yeah.
projectile mechanic, and how that specific different, like, is it hit scan or is it gonna be like in terms of Spellbreak, when you have the Ice Lance, it's gonna have a bullet speed versus the Fireball, which has a different bullet speed.
Big.
And I think it's something that with Spellbreak, that plus movement makes it a very fun game where you have a chance to dodge projectiles and you can make it a reaction-based game. Whereas with hit scan games, I feel like it can often encourage camping, which is Fortnite gameplay is explicitly campy in a lot of times. In a lot of cases. And I feel like that the idea of wanting good combat in the future of games is it applies to many genres.
Mhm.
And I think that, again, just that in the Battle Royale, that makes a big thing. Yeah, I think it does facilitate positioning. I think it facilitates positioning and holding a specific point, whereas with bullet speed, it facilitates positioning within fluid positioning.
Yes.
The dynamic positioning is how I'd put it.
With projectile speed, you're more encouraged to read the game and react.
Yeah. So 78 plus 7 echoes is 85 characters in Smash Ultimate. Bet.
Fucking Christ.
It's a lot of characters. Welcome back, Anansi. Anyways.
All right. And we're going to move into the
single-player games.
Single-player games requiring licenses to stream.
That's something I've talked about with Rossi a good amount.
Yeah. I don't like this as a future, but
I could see it. I could see it in the future.
I
I
can
don't
see
like
it.
it.
It's a future I don't like, but I can see it.
Yeah, like Persona 5 would
And-
require licensing to stream. Other games like that
Yes.
too. Where the idea is that if it's a single player game with not a lot of maybe different playthroughs, not a lot of replayability, people will feel like they have played the game by watching the content.
Yep.
And that they therefore will not have to play the game themselves.
Yup.
You watch one Persona 5 playthrough and you're like, wow, 90% of this content's probably going to be about the same. Do I really need to play it again for the other 10%? Or can I just watch the playthroughs of different people with different paths and just cut around to the parts I'm interested in and fulfill my other playing of the game?
And
And the idea is that, developers will need to get repaid for that because they've lost potential customers.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's very feasible that there would have to be a licensing agreement.
I hate that game dev guy that like said you need to do this now.
Yeah.
But he kind of had a point though.
Mm-hmm.
He's an idiot, but he kind of had a point
Nelly,
though.
how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, I think so. CWF brings up an interesting point, and what about people who bought it because of a streamer and then mentions Among Us? I feel like Among Us is a social game at its core, and I think a lot of the content as it's evolved has come from the social aspects of the game, whereas single-player games are not often a social event between multiple people unless there's a speed-running aspect to them.
And that's why that's why I said specifically single-player games.
Yeah. And then by bringing up Amnesia, that as an interesting counterpoint, there's a difference between watching a playthrough for the content and watching a playthrough for the reactions to the content. There are many different reactions to horror games and the streamers playing them, but that's because of how the streamers react to the content and not because of the content themselves.
Also, Amnesia like would probably still require licensing because why am I playing the game when I could watch someone far funnier than I am?
Yeah, I think that there are some games that get really popular playing it, and they expand as streaming games. I think there's definitely like Getting Over It wasn't a couch game where you sit down with your buddies. Getting Over It was a stream game. It was a content game mostly. And a lot of different content creators bought Getting Over It. But not that many normal people did, but a fucking lot of people watched Getting Over It without ever playing it.
Yeah.
But then there are other horror games, like Phasmo has grown, again, I think because of the social aspect to it. There's a lot of non-streamers playing Phasmo. And I think like Phasmo and like Among Us, that's just not necessarily, they might not need a license to play per se. As long as they get paid for the content. Because I think the content, in terms of the consumption, like, why are you consuming the YouTube video? When I watch offline TV play Among Us, I'm not watching it because, it's the best Among Us gameplay ever. I can't watch Among Us gameplay anywhere else. I haven't seen it before. It's because, Toast make funny deduction, Sykkuno troll, Ray get mad.
Yeah.
Ludwig troll, and they've really popped off with proximity chat. The content that they are selling is not their gameplay, it is their interactions.
Yep.
There are games where the content that you create is selling you playing the game, and it's more about the gameplay than your transformative content with it. I think that's where I'd put it.
Yep.
Yeah, they do use mods, and that is big.
Yeah.
People are just gonna let a Let's Play substitute the experience that's likely to play it in the first place. Yes, but I think you're hitting one of the nodes of probability. There are a lot of people who just prefer consuming Let's Play content without playing the games. I'm like that for some games. I think everybody is for some games. There are a lot of games where it's way more fun to watch someone play it than I would ever get out of playing it.
So
there are people who don't like watching Let's Plays. There are people who hate watching Let's Plays. There are very few they would ever watch. They just want to play through the games themselves. They don't want to get spoiled. They don't want to miss out on the blind playthrough. I'm like that about some games as well. There's the middle ground. I think the middle ground is a lot larger than many people think, and I think it's within that realm where we're talking about license. It's like there's an inequality here.
So let's look at the death of the demo.
Yeah.
There are 3 possibilities when you release a demo for a game. People dislike it and play the demo. Think they're gonna dislike it, play the demo and like it.
Yeah.
More than 3 possibilities. People play the demo, think they're gonna dislike it, dislike it. People play the demo, think they're gonna like it, dislike it. People play the demo, think they're gonna dislike it and like it.
And then there's the fifth who people play the demo and like, yeah, that's about the same. Much less likely though.
So in that, you've lost about a quarter of your customers.
At least a quarter.
Sorry, a third of your customers.
Yeah.
Because you released a demo.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you may have increased the possible interactions with your brand with it, but you're gonna lose customers that initially were gonna buy it regardless of the demo.
Yeah.
Because there is a possibility that you draw some new people in just because there was a free demo. But I feel like that possibility in most cases has been less appealing than the definite risk of losing some customers.
Mm-hmm. PT is a exception rather than the rule. And PT is significantly more recent than demos died.
Yeah.
Like, PT was a proof of concept rather than a demo.
Oh, there's a point I want to address with CWF. If this logic panned out, streaming would have killed virtual novels and story experiences. I'm gonna ask you this: how many times do you think that people watch the same content creator do the same playthrough of a virtual novel or a story-based game? I would argue that most people will not rewatch it a ton of times unless they are being transformative with their reactions. If you are a streamer that plays through a visual novel with very little transformative content, unless you're like one who does no, and in which case you're literally just being, a vehicle for the other people to play the game, which is different in my mind and absolutely does require licensing, in my opinion. But with transformative content, if you're reacting in a different way, for example, when you have a dialogue with the text as a person, like I will react to the two characters' interactions with games when I play through them, completely separate from the in-game dialogue options. People are more likely to revisit that, the content of creating improv scenes or scripted scenes of how you're going to interact in dialogue with this text. Those are going to get more rewatches and are also, I feel like, they're either equally but more likely less likely to impact a game's bottom line, because I feel like, while it will, but it's not going to impact as much as, just the standard one. Because I feel like when you see somebody enjoying a game enough to do those improv scenes and reactions, because let's be honest, most people either really enjoy, like, okay, if they really didn't enjoy and they're reacting to not enjoying it, then yeah, the game is going to crash because of it more, or it's going to be affected more. But if a person's enjoying it and reacting by enjoyment, then I feel like it still could draw people in more than just the somebody playing through it without any commentary. So I think what I'm going through there is a lot of virtual novels are really good and elicit reactions. A lot of story experiences are really good and elicit reactions, and people consume content for the reactions of the streamers more than for that moment in the game itself. I think it goes to the same thing why people keep telling other getting over it streamers to take Control R. Then,
the reaction to Control R can be
different
amusing.
every time. Yeah, it's different every time, and it's amusing.
And the refund policy in early access, like,
yeah, no.
Have you seen AAA games moving towards early access?
Not generally.
That seems more like in indie sphere.
Yeah, and it's because they're trying to generate the hype, and they don't have. I feel like there's a certain amount of people that will play a game because it is early access.
I've talked about the first 5 seconds with you, but the idea is in a YouTube video or something like that, because you have so many things vying for someone's attention. You will make the first 5 seconds very interesting.
Yeah.
And attempt to hook them.
Yeah.
I feel like demos were a failed attempt at that, and early access just works better.
Yeah. I think Steam's refund policy is very generous, yes, but I don't think you see that in terms of the 2-hour demo. I think that is generous. But
yeah,
you don't see that with Nintendo, with Microsoft, with Sony.
Yeah.
That is more platform exclusive and less widespread.
Yeah.
And I don't know about virtual novel players having more self-restraint. I feel like the people who are drawn to virtual novels either really enjoy rewatching stories, which I do with a lot of things. I rewatch arcs of Let's Plays, for example, sometimes. Rewatching content can be satisfying, especially for neurodiverse individuals. It can be a safe feeling. But there are some that also might play through it first and see how other people reacted, which I also do with some games.
Yeah.
Especially with like the Pokemon games, where I will play through it myself, and then I want to see how the other people reacted to the same moments. And like when I show people YouTube videos, I'll watch their reaction to certain moments. And I think there's a market for that within the visual novel community. I think those are the two markets. And then there's there's a third market, which is the people who want to not play through it but want to see it. People who enjoy the story but don't even want to push the buttons. Yeah, I do remember that. I don't remember liking it.
Yeah, no. That nearly put me off the game.
Yeah. But then the game was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
So
also, it was like partially they had exclusive content for
Yeah.
completing the RS demo.
Yeah, exactly. And I was not a fan.
Yeah.
So, do we like where this is heading?
No.
No.
It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Yeah. I think there is potential to get better.
There's potential to get better, and that's why I'm still on this ship.
Yeah. And I think
also because I just love games as a media.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm going with it, is that there's so much potential for it to get better because of the type of media this is. It is an experiential media, and the tools for it, while not the tools for, say, the AAA massive studio production level, but the tools to make a game that could pop off are very accessible. They might be hard to learn. It might take you time to learn them. I'm not saying programming a game is easy by any means.
No.
But
you can do it.
You can do it. You can teach yourself over time. There are very monetarily and like resources, both in money and in computer resources, accessible programs, to a degree. But still, I think that there's potential for creativity in how broad the media is. I am less optimistic about the future of AAA media. I'm more optimistic about the future of indie media and of small company media than I am of the future of large company media.
Yeah. I'm very optimistic about indie media because indie media requires to make as many people happy.
Yeah.
To survive.
Yeah.
Like, you are more of a customer to indie media than to large media. Because one customer is nothing to a AAA company.
Yeah. CWF, you bring a good point of TOS for sanctioned channels, but not saying only these people could stream our games. I think that's really slippery slope to step on there because of the fact that we could companies could choose certain influencers. They could get really specific by saying, okay, you need to have large number of viewership to be able to stream game. And that goes into the range,
or you can't stream our game.
Exactly. And those two things, those two aspects get to the advantage. They get to this weird place of not paying people to review and not paying people to sponsor your game. If you're saying because there's a level of manufactured exclusivity where these streamers do want to accept it because there's going to be an increased market for them, but they're not getting paid as much as if they were starting to be paid for it, if they're paid to sponsor the game as the exclusive first streamer for it, which has happened in the past.
Oh yeah.
So they're trying to get rid of this place where they have to pay for it, like in that case, by putting it in the TOS and manufacturing that exclusivity. But like, I agree. We shouldn't have it don't pirate and stream pirated game. Like that's a rule I think that is in TOS in pretty much everything. But there is a right to emulation if you own the game. You just can't download emulators, and stuff like that. Like you can't download
you can't use Flippy.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Hashtag free melee. But yeah, There, I mean, yeah, I would say that you picked on you're touching on some stuff that we touched on earlier, James, with the
Yeah. Go back and watch the VOD.
Yeah, go back and watch the VOD because we actually really addressed that point really well.
Yeah, we went hard on that shit.
Yeah. No, you're fine, CWF. I'm not saying that about your point. I'm saying that about James. Yeah, because James, I would address that, but that would redo the first hour of this.
Yeah.
And the first hour of this was on what is art, basically.
We're fucking 4 hours deep.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of Q's and A's, and I don't know if we've finished our thing, so I have to run an ad now.
Yeah, I'm.
Yep.
Pretty much done.
I'm pretty much done too, but I just want to leave the opening for Q&A.
Yeah.
Because that is a draw of InfoDump. And I think so what I'm going to do with the future of InfoDump as editing is I'm going to, for the Q&A, take the better questions, edit them in. And because I just need to cut some of the dead time.
Yeah. Like with you and I, there's not much dead air.
Yeah, you and I have very so with us, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it episodes for this. Because I'm thinking analytically about the fact that most people aren't gonna want to rewatch a video that is 4 hours of 2 dudes.
4 fucking hours.
But I think we have had 4 separate 1 hour episodes that are pretty darn good.
Oh yeah.
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 So. Hell yeah, James. Just contact me and we'll schedule it. And it's Spill17 on YouTube. I think I have the page linked on my Twitch. But yeah. Let's keep going with questions. Where do I think game journalism is going? We have seen more free agent writers like Sterling, Super Bunny Hop. I think we're gonna reach a point where writers can be decoupled from this publishing spaces. I think independent.
Yeah.
Just like we said, independent gaming is going to be more of a future, or has it got a lot more creative future? I think is how I put it. I think there's going to be a lot broader future in gaming journalism. That there's going to be a lot of appeal in the indie because I think something we should learn from recent years is that there's a lot of appeal in a perceived outsider, and that indie journalism can be seen as perceived outsiders, if you're seen as outside of the mainstream, you can get a special market there.
So, have you watched any Girlfriend reviews?
No, actually, I don't think I have.
Basically the idea is, she does a review from the point of view sitting on the couch next to someone playing it.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of those. Yeah. So I think CWF, you're right on saying that we're going to see more free agent journalism, but I would put it more as indie journalism. Because I think with free agent, there's an expectation that you're trying to get signed for freelance work by a big company, but I think there's going to be an expanded market of true independent journalism, free from a label or a journal itself.
If anyone can answer this in chat, is Yahtzee still coupled with Escapist?
Good question. And while we wait for chat to answer that, I feel like games made for competitive are a lot different than single-player games. What do you think? I mean, to a degree, I think there are some aspects in which I think that I don't think I could say unilaterally, but I think that there are trends where games built for competitive have far more, on average, far more mechanically deep systems, which require mastery, on average. And single-player experiences, on average, in recent years have not. But there are a lot of single-player experiences with tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of depth.
So, my question to you is, did you put a clock in your game? Because if you put a clock in your game, that automatically makes it competitive to some degree.
Oh, yeah. I think Super Mario Odyssey is a great example of this, where it's a single-player experience that's become competitive through the niche of speedrunning. Where you get rid of this, it goes beyond you competing against yourself and having speedrunning. Yeah, and then, did we miss something?
I thought you meant literally just put a clock in the game. No, I mean a stopwatch.
Yeah. Balance. Yeah, I think with balancing, you see a lot of difference. You're gonna see a lot less balancing in a true single player experience. But Mario Odyssey's had a lot of patches.
So why I think League has a bigger player base than Dota isn't because of balancing.
I think they are more unbalanced, right?
I think League is more unbalanced,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
and the simplicity of League is why it has a bigger player base.
Yeah.
It is far easier to get into League than it is Dota.
Yeah.
Because I don't need to think about turn speed.
Yeah. If I was a starving journalist, I would be more inclined to sign with, say, Game Informer Strict Away because I gotta eat.
Just don't sign with Game Explain.
Yeah, I think so. That's the thing. I think that indie journalism is gonna have more of an appeal, and I think that Coney made an interesting point that within the realm of games journalism and games content, there's more of a tolerance for echoing of themes without truly twisting them in a unique fashion. I think there's a lot of videos out there for gaming content that are very similar to one another. Whereas
Yes,
in journalism,
even without...
with specific, like, I think that with journalism and other forms, there's more innovation required on average. I think that there's a lot of very innovative gaming content. I just don't think that the innovation is at the forefront of the initial growth always.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit a point that I just saw. Even without a stopwatch, like mechanic, people will still speedrun the game like Minecraft or Terraria. But the stopwatch plants the seed that, hey, this was built for speedrunning.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And it makes a easier to moderate game with an in-game clock.
Yeah. Yeah, League does have much better marketing. I think that marketing for gaming is going to have a broader appeal in the future by far. I think we're already seeing it this year.
Yep.
I think just in the cultural prevalence of gaming memes, I think that gaming memes have become more mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see when you see that, you can also see that trend to other marketing. I think you've seen. It feels like there's a lot more partnerships from like outside of gaming. For example, the popularity of AOC's Among Us stream.
Yeah.
If I think that would have been a minor article in a local newspaper 10 years ago if a politician played a video game, depending on the game.
Mm-hmm.
But AOC had like top 10 viewership of Twitch in all time for one stream.
Yeah. Yeah, the stopwatch mechanics are kind of why GoldenEye got so big.
Yeah. So James, I can answer your question with data there. Ludwig's clickbait for Corpse was not nearly as much as AOC's clickbait for Toast. Toast clickbaited AOC in a title and got a lot more extra views than Ludwig got from Corpse. And AOC didn't make a YouTube video to go for it. They were clickbaiting AOC.
Yeah.
AOC was playing Among Us with people on the internet and talked about politics, which she does on Instagram anyways. And on Twitter anyways. They clickbaited AOC. I recognize it's the joke, though, because Corpse has gotten people to tattoo his breathing. Not intentionally, but people have done it.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on there.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, Dota's not doing K-pop music videos. I don't think Dota has the cultural, like, because I feel like we see more League like toxicity memes than Dota toxicity memes. For example, I think there's more infamy for League as well as fame for.
Yeah.
I think League is both more famous and more infamous than Dota within the average gaming circle.
Mm.
Part of that might be due to the mechanical accessibility.
Yeah, I think it's partially the mechanical accessibility that makes League so toxic and like all that.
Again,
stuff,
inting
but
13-year-olds.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but Dota's toxicity is less infamous than League's.
Yeah.
Because more people can associate and relate with League than with Dota. I'm not calling Dota less toxic as a game. I'm saying that Dota's, even with the voice chat, I'm saying that Dota's toxicity is less notorious than League's toxicity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, this isn't even an argument about what's more toxic and which system creates more toxicity. I'm just saying straight up, more people are likely to say, if you say League of Legends, they're going to say, yikes.
More people have directly experienced the toxicity from League
Yeah.
because it's so easy to get into.
Yeah. But I agree that voice chat in a MOBA, yeah. I'm like, if they release that Pokemon MOBA, I'm going to be a toxic Charizard main.
Fucking
I'm gonna spam, just like in Mario Kart, I'd spam. I'm using tilt controls. I'm gonna find the BM spam and I'm gonna spam it. Yeah, James, that's not an uncommon story.
Yeah.
No, Charizard's not even my favorite. I'm just saying that sounds like the most toxic character in any game that Pokemon MOBA makes, just because of how popular it is. Like Lux. There's a lot of toxic Lux players I've encountered.
Yeah. Mine's Yasuo. If I see a
Yeah.
Yasuo, I fucking dodge.
Yeah, and then Teemo.
I play Teemo.
What is your name in the Discord? What is your name in the Discord? Do you think my point is inaccurate?
No.
Yeah. Protein Greninja. Yeah, that is toxic. But yeah. All right. I think we're at this point where any more questions here, because if not, we're gonna raid out soon. So keep out. If we'll go as long as questions come in. But I think like with popcorn, if it goes like a minute without a pop, you take it out. It's less than that. But like,
yeah,
scaling it to this. So yeah.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna raid Ray.
Either Ray or one of the Bens.
Are both Bens live right now?
Yeah.
Fuck. Ray's doing the 12-hour stream.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's 6969. Is Trevor live too? Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the 6969.
Yeah, I think 6969 is the official position of the Spill 17 stream. Yeah. Any last questions about this before we raid out? While I'm waiting for questions, I'm gonna say, my logo merch came in. Die cut sticker, $6. Looks awesome. Is really good quality. I'm wearing a shirt with that logo. It's very comfortable. All my merch is comfortable.
Also, I'm gonna do a little bit of self promo myself.
Yeah, just hit !port Eidos, right? Yeah. Check Eidos out. Check Kevin out.
Also, scroll down and check out my YouTube.
Yep.
Stuff like that.
I'm
gonna be doing more commentary, documentary stuff. So, you know.
Yeah. Well,
Stay tuned
James,
for
that's
that.
just. I mean, yeah. Each one's a 1 in 1365. That's.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh yeah, after 1365 you're gonna get it. That ain't how statistics works, my man.
No.
Sometimes you're just chronically unlucky. Imagine being good at RNG. Couldn't be me.
10k eggs for a fucking shiny.
It's Regigigas. These are encounters.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're rating. So like, my thought is that Ray's doing 12-hour stream and is 5 hours in.
Yeah.
and that we also owe literally all the rest of them. And besides, Ben's gonna be playing with Ray anyways later. It's literally in his title. And then, really, Ben? Yeah, Ben's live as Splatoon. Oh, but he's playing with friends, so he's not lonely. They all have chats.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think we're gonna raid Ray. Yeah. All right, folks. I'm gonna hit the raid button, and I'm gonna do that. Can you do the exclamation point raid sub, exclamation point raid norms in the chat? Folks, Kevin's gonna post 2 messages. If you're subbed, copy the sub one. If you're norm me and not sub to me, copy the norms one.
2 words, raid subs?
No, it's exclamation point raid sub, 1 word. Yep, and then raid norms, say 1 word. There you go. Make sure to copy it and paste it in the chat. James, I'm sorry you don't have it. I don't have the money to gift it right now. I mean, if you have Amazon, it's free. Otherwise, it's the price of a cup of coffee. If you could go without 1 cup of coffee a month, you could make me have happy chemicals in the brain. But coffee is also really important. I drink a lot of it.
Mm-hmm. I need to go out and buy it.
Yeah, folks, if you want to check out my merch, I have InfoDump logo merch. I also have my own logo merch. I have some merch for quotes. I'm going to be making more. If you would check out Kevin at Eidos145, that would be very nice and very pog champ of you even.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
you can be my little pog champ.
Yeah, and then this has been really fun. A lot of fun. It's going to go on YouTube. The VOD's going to go on my YouTube. My YouTube is Spill17. And oh yikes, James, I'm sorry. But yeah, y'all have a great, wonderful night, and we're gonna raid out to somebody doing a 12-hour stream. In fact, it's Ray. All right, get ready to go. It's going through in 5 seconds. Oh my god, thanks for coming out, y'all. All right, we're gone.
Peace.
All right.